And we are live now. Welcome,
Ooh.
everybody, to tonight's Vampire the Masquerade, Chicago by Night, uh, a 28th session, gone by so quickly, called Two Steps Back. And before I begin with our usual recap, don't give me those faces. Let's introduce this wonderful coterie, starting with V.
Hey, I'm Phoebe. I will be playing V, the coteries Banner Hakim.
Hi everyone, I'm Beck and I'll be playing Irene, the Lys Sombra of the Coterie.
I'm Jack. I'm playing Joseph Martinez, House Kana, the Tremere Primogen, Princess Warlock, and Seneschal of Thinblood.
And I'm Ethan, the storyteller and regional torturer of these people. Welcome to tonight's session. Let me begin, as I usually do, with a recap of what happened last session. And as per usual, our wonderful kindred can jump in at any point and add any extra flavor or things that they thought were particularly interesting, worth mentioning, or moments that they thought they were cool, that they just want to make sure everybody remembers. So, last time, our coterie began that night. This night, I should say, by cleaning up the mess that Joseph had created by his invited victim. Afterwards, they made a phone call. V called Genghis, an Anarch Bruja who has some history with the group. The phone call went as expected, with Genghis telling V and the coterie to go away in a rather unkind way. Irene made her way to the church that resides in the old ruins underneath a modern church. There she made a rousing speech, impressing some of the new members of her cult, greatly before rallying them to her cause and asking them to find information on Black Site 24. Half of them raising their hands and the rest supporting them for this endeavor. Irene then had a brief discussion with Little Lamb, a resident defender of the labyrinth and what resides within, where she gave
Unofficial girlfriend.
Unofficial girlfriend, very, very important to make
Very important, very important, very important.
where she gave Irene a small token of her affection. Then the coterie regrouped and traveled to Crook's Diner, which they quickly moved on from when they realized no one was home. The Mohawk was their next stop, where they first met Genghis so long ago. There, they met with a strange group of people, and with V entering a harm compulsion, pushing the discussion in an aggressive direction. Because of this direct and harmful approach, they discovered that these biker wannabes were actors who were hired to draw more people into the bar. V followed these clues to meet with one of these figures of the hiring company of these actors, and after being led into another room, she was fired upon by Second Inquisition soldiers. After a quick and brutal combat, the soldiers were defeated. The group realized how they'd been trapped by their history with the Mohawk and previous battles with the Inquisition. They spoke with Vasco, a Hecata who makes his home in Chinatown, and he promised to clean up for them. The group then traveled to meet with the figure they were warned might be starting the fire in the political sphere, Tim Roche. The coterie was invited in and confused for humans that Roche and his group of anarchs could feed upon, paying for their lack of knowledge by feeding upon Joseph's scorpionated blood. Tim Roche was close to frenzy, while the others spoke reluctantly about the loss of their companion, Mendoza, a thin blood, the hand of the sheriff, or so they think. After being kicked out of their home, once their Camarilla allegiance was discovered, V made a call to the sheriff Damien and asked if he had killed a thin blood lately, which he denied vehemently. Afterward, they travelled to the Painted Lady, a moving club of many pleasures, where they split up. Irene met with Edith Balbin, a Nosferatu who worships Lilith, where they discussed her rebirth from falling into the lake in a time of despair. Her visions were of a bat-winged woman who wrapped her in a cold embrace and showed her the beauty of her form and bloodline. The two then shared a drink over differing beliefs and mutual respect. Meanwhile, Joseph used his abilities to discover that Sylvia Roanhorse, their thin blood friend, that they had the blood of a lupine still in their veins. She took this as hope that she could return to what she was meant to be and left that night with a sense of a future she had once lost. It is at this very moment we find our kindred. What will they do to investigate these burning flames further? Let's find out. Again, I'll remind our kindred that it is a freezing cold night. It is snowing gently. People are inside. There's not a lot of people outside at this point. It is overcast. There would be a moonlight illuminating a lot of this area, but it's a lot darker because it is overcast. So many more shadows that lengthen and thicken. Irene, you're especially feeling in your element at this point. It's darkest dark of winter, approaching sort of that December snow and feel of Chicago. The ice of the lake has sort of become chunks that are slipping and sliding between each other, the waves still crashing them apart and turning them into smaller chunks. And we find ourselves a bit south of the hive at this point, inside and outside of the Painted Lady, where there's a lot of, interesting activities happening inside. Debauchery is a good word. Debauchery, hedonistic perhaps is a word.
Yes,
I think we can use
Hedonism,
it.
I think.
Yep, I think that's a good.
Hedonism,
Yep,
debauchery.
yep. Without being too explicit, those
Fucking.
things are. Let's not get too.
I'm speaking for myself.
hot under the
so-
collar. Whoa. That is what is happening in this club and all the things around. At this point, Irene, you and Edith make your way back out. You've just drank this blood that if you go against someone that you found out has cheated on a spouse, you get more dice towards hurting them as a revenge, sort of strong discreus. And she leads you back out. She goes and starts tattooing new people, mostly women, who give these wonderful, incredible, unique branches and flowers and ivies and all this fantastic garden imagery that she gives them, boosting all of their confidence in doing so. And it's in this section where we find ourselves. V, you are outside. You've just watched Sylvia walk off into the night. Maybe for the last time, you're not quite sure. Her promises were a bit interesting. And Joseph, you are still downstairs
I'm
in a room elsewhere.
We'll say
And
little else.
after some time, all of you regroup, probably by the bar. It's quite loud in here. People can see Edith. They know what's going on. The vibe is don't tell. Keep everything shut. It's the Painted Lady. Nobody's going to say anything. That or they're all already ghouls or blood bonded or dominated or all these sorts of things. I'll leave the scene to all of you.
How'd she take the news, V?
Oh.
Oh, to catch you up, Irene. Turns out Sylvia is part.
Let's not say the words out loud. Let's not do that. Because it's dangerous for all of us.
Part the kind of.
She brushes her collar away.
Yeah, it'll just be part animals we don't like. Part lichen. She's part lichen, part whatever.
Right. Okay. Well,
and
it makes sense why she speaks with such words as she did before.
Yes. Yeah,
Called
she's
it.
gone now. Cool. She's gone now. I don't know if we'll ever see her again.
It's unlikely.
In what way? Like, was she sad, angry?
She was surprised.
Mm-hmm.
Took the news a little, not too well, but
Hopefully. Yeah.
yeah. So we'll see what ends up happening to her. She'll
Right.
either come back sad or not come back at all.
True.
But yeah, no, she doesn't know anything about Mendoza. She's just vibing, doing her own thing. How are
Yeah.
you guys doing?
Much
Great.
better.
It's good.
Yeah, just shared a drink with Edith. We caught up. Nothing too special.
Hope
Really?
she's doing
Okay.
well.
Always.
Always.
Indeed. Especially while she's here, I suppose.
Yeah.
Do we have a plan for this night?
Could spend the rest of the night here, honestly.
Mm.
But I know
It
that
is
we have
getting
things to
late.
do.
yeah, we've always got things to do, and despite doing quite a lot today, we still aren't that much further than we were. the start
Gathering
of the night.
information takes time, and gathering good information takes longer.
Oh yeah. So there are definitely places where we can get good information.
Hmm. Who can we touch
What-
base with, do you think? My thought is if we do truly want to get in touch with some anarchs, which we do, we may need to go to the people who hold clan above sect. So, and I'd still like to talk to Khalid.
The
since-
Tremere.
Nope.
You already
One-
have all of their information.
They're already broken into houses. There's no way they were.
Had to duct tape the rest of that together. So hopefully that holds.
I highly doubt
Uh.
it, but okay. Yes, the Nosferatu.
I think I have it quite under control, but I'm also in high spirits tonight. So I think if we head to the Nosferatu, I want to know what Khalid actually thinks about this because he wasn't there for the vote.
What information are you planning to trade with him?
I'm not sure. Might just give him a boon, honestly. Bronwyn trades in secrets. Khalid's just a primogen. They do deal in information, but anyway.
I think
Um,
most Nosferatu deal with information one way or another.
and I trust Khalid enough. Not sure what to trade right now, but there might be anarchs in their little group that we can talk to, ask about. Croc might even be there, who knows?
Be good to track down one of the anarchs that we can talk to.
They
because
might know
there's
about
also
Mendoza
nihilist
too.
groups. Yes, yeah, they
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 do.
do.
Like them.
they might either by liking the Thin Bloods or by
just
seeing something.
Mhm.
They're good at being in the right place at the right time.
It's also a good idea to track down who was the one who actually made that attack on the Anarchs. Not Damien, but
Yes.
whoever framed him.
Yeah, we need
See
to know
if
who's
it's-
framing him and who's trying to stir this fire on a little too much.
And whether they're the same person.
They may
Or-
well be working for Maxwell as well.
Whether
Yeah.
it's the same plant that gave the list that is now prompting. Worth asking. And they're the people who would know.
They are, yes. They're probably the people we have the most chance of being open with, just because their information always comes at a price. So
Mhm.
Yeah.
if we're going to talk to anyone about secrets, they're the right people.
Mhm. Is there anything else? They do have a penchant for animalism. So we may be able to ask them if they know, or if any one of them is from the Victorian era.
Probably a lot of them.
A lot of Nosferatu visit from out of town as well.
So do a lot of Gangrel.
hmm Yeah, there's an entire bike pack of Gangrel.
True.
Which is another reason I wanted to speak with Lester Knife. Also, those interesting photographs you showed me,
Mm.
V,
Yeah.
about those creatures and such. Fascinating.
Yeah, it's definitely something to see with your own eyes. Don't know if I recommend it.
Yes. I also heard something recently about strange things dwelling down in the labyrinth, probably of a similar brood, at least I imagine, to those kinds of things.
Oh,
Okay, well, that's where I
Potentially
believe
dangerous.
Lester thought they were coming from. I did need to. I haven't been down there since. Not just we haven't had time, and plus those things are kind of ugh. But I would like to get down there at some point again, just to. Seems to be a lot of weird shit going down there, and it's interesting to know if that weird shit's connected with anything else.
It's being heavily guarded and protected, so it's very dangerous.
Yeah, it's always been very dangerous.
Yes.
So I've never had an issue with it.
Mhm.
prior, except for the one time I took you guys down there and there was zombies or something.
Yes.
Hmm.
When I'm on my own, it seems to go fine, but I'll take you
Less of
down
a
there, yeah.
target because one person compared to 4, 5.
Yeah.
But
there's a church well, not an actual church, but it's interesting down there. There
Yeah,
are
there's a lot
other.
of things.
It's like a community as well.
It
It's
is.
really something else.
That's the power of
Definitely.
divine geometry.
Yeah.
And for what it's worth, I can sense the shroud as well. Though considering the whole thing is probably in tatters down there.
I think you might break something if you sense the ship down there. Like,
Well, I'm only
Might-
sensing if it's shattered, it's already broken.
okay.
But that is an
Yeah.
option. How about we deal with everything above for now? Nosferatu are below the ground, I guess.
Yeah. Should we go to Nos first?
Sounds like that's what you would like to do.
Yes.
Very well.
All right. So if you desire to feed here, you can make a simple feeding roll. You can't go below 1. No one's willing to die here, but they are willing to
Good for them.
give you their blood quite willingly. It's quite an easy roll to.
Can't really go into hunger negatives, can I? Because
No.
I have 0 thanks to
Hey,
Sylvia.
so
Look at us.
Yes. How much blood did you take from Sylvia as well?
it was a
It was
liter,
just
wasn't
the-
it?
Just the one?
I did the ritual, and then when the ritual was done, it was a mixture of my blood and her blood, and then it went. So I'm more prone
Gotcha.
to frenzy.
Yes.
But,
All right.
I am at
Oh,
hunger
boy.
0.
Yes, your frenzies tend to lean more towards fury, and they're going to be more difficult as well.
Yep. For
Thank God
a
you missed the
regular
willpower.
person, it might go. Golconda got my back.
If you get, for every 2 successes, you can feed 1 point of hunger. Here, quite easy for you to do if you desire to do so. On the way, our characters regroup into the car, drive to what looks like a normal office building. But what you guys know is, especially you, Joseph, you know that there are the ruins of old Chicago that are underneath,
Yeah.
that have been buried under the city. And the way that you can lead everybody to these tunnels and make your way down, if you just wander around in there, after a while, a Nosferatu is probably going to be
Yeah.
like, hey, what the hell are you doing here? And
It's a small history lesson of like, this used to be
mm,
one of the older buildings. They came, and then they appear, and I'm just like, saw you coming. Hi.
and they lead you through to what seems to be like an underground, almost like a stock market office area. There's like a lot of numbers around. There's papers being thrown everywhere. There's people talking. There's this, couple of people in their small caps and business uniforms making their way through. Their long, gangly Nosferatu limbs, bald heads making their way through. And a lot of them talking amongst each other. But as soon as you guys enter, there's like this hush, and there's these chairs that spin in place that have no one in them. And there's just this silence that just echoes throughout the whole place. Almost turns into a ghost town in moments.
Welcoming as ever.
And one of them simply approaches you and just says, "What's your business here, friend?"
Like to speak with Khaled if possible, please.
Khaled's out, but Cedric's in if you want to talk to Cedric.
Yeah.
Politically, I know that Cedric is still like he functions on the same level as the Primus.
Cedric does the exact same job when Khaled's not there.
That should be fine. Where is Khaled?
Lord knows. Just ups and disappears. He does what he
Yes.
does.
He certainly does.
Leads you into the same private room you spoke to with Khaled a while ago. Cedric is there. He's having some discussion with other Nosferatu that are discussing some troubles they're having with the Malkavians. You can hear they're talking about how the L is still a contentious zone. The L being the
Right.
Chicago
Yeah.
subway system that goes. It's sort of shaped like an L because of that, and it's very close because it's underground and it's the tunnels and it's just rubs up against their territory. There's a lot of tension there, and they're talking about how the Malkavians might be pushing a little bit too far. Cedric immediately stops the conversation, shoos out the rest of them. He looks very exceedingly dapper in his like bowler hat, double-breasted suit, and has a bunch of he has 3 pocket watches on chains that are all in different
Love.
pockets of his uniform. He stands up, he takes his hat off, he gives you a bow. Hello, welcome. Come, sit.
Lovely to see you, Cedric. You're looking exceptional.
Thank you. Lovely to see you all. V, how are you?
I'm doing well. So, how are you doing, Cedric?
Doing well.
Been a while.
Indeed. Quiet as ever.
Is Chicago ever quiet?
Very true. Irene, we are blessed with the Hound of the Camarilla.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. You can go wherever you like, after all. As can you, Primogen Joseph. Please, sit.
Have a seat. So Khaled's out of town. Leaving you in charge.
Could still be in town for all I know.
I will... Actually, I don't think I've spoken to Cedric all that much.
The main time you spoke to him was way back when he was part of the discussion to bring the La Sombra clan into the Camarilla.
Yeah.
He was part of the vote towards yes.
I think I'll just look around the room and be like, well, I can't see him in here, so he must be. Well, this is just I've been going around to all the other Primogen, talking to them. Thank you for your vote. Much appreciated. Is there anything that I can help with at the moment?
That's a good question. Nothing that doesn't just involve our clan. Nobody involving outside clans with these politics makes things very messy very quickly. You must
understandably so. I'm in the same position. If there's anything in the future that comes up, please let Khaled and yourself know that if I can be of assistance, reach out without hesitation.
Of course.
And my office is, you already know where it is.
We already know where it is.
Yes. Now, I would like to exchange some information if that is okay. You people, oh my God. I'm screaming. I don't say that.
Yeah.
Redacted.
Yeah.
Nosferatu are
Redacted.
very resourceful, informative people, and I have some inquiries, if that's okay. Of course, there's an exchange, whatever price you believe befits what I'm asking.
He pulls out a folder, flips it open, takes out a very fine calligraphy pen, and clicks it onto the top, dips it a little bit on his tongue, and then starts to write some things and goes, yes, all right, let's get down to business then. I thought there was a reason for your coming here.
We'll start off with the meat of this. Thin Blood was killed 2 days ago. Rumors state it was by Damien. Have you heard anything about that?
Do you know what time this was?
Did we get a time?
Vaguely, I relate a time. It was nighttime 2 days ago. It was in a gutter or something.
Yeah, in a gutter, name's Mendoza, if that helps.
Writes it all down and just says, well, Damien was nowhere near this location at the time.
Yeah, that's
so
what
flicks through
he
his
said.
own.
He had a prior engagement, he said.
It's a bit unlike Damien to just up and kill someone for no reason, too.
Yeah.
That is why we're here. Someone is framing Damien.
Oh.
At least that's the most likely.
Yes. Or is masquerading as Damien.
Hmm.
Haha.
Wouldn't be the first time that the sheriff's been under fire,
I know.
literally and
Tough time for
figuratively.
her.
Yeah. So if you're not sure about that,
Wish I could
That
give
time.
you specifics, but we didn't see anything around the area.
Okay.
Probably not
Know
one of the
any-
ones that are. Go ahead, V.
Okay. I was going to ask if you know anything about Mendoza. This one seems to be affiliated with Anox.
Nah, they generally either stay with us and are under our care, or care about other things, if you get my
Hmm.
meaning.
Yeah.
And what do you know about the conflict rising between sects at the moment?
Well, things are pretty intense, so to speak, I think, putting it lightly. Both sides being very careful about what they do, and nobody set foot out of either's sort of domain for a little bit as well. And with what's happened in Gary, I don't know, the smallest thing could turn this whole into a shit show, frankly.
The smallest
Yeah.
thing, almost like the sheriff being framed for an anarch's death,
Perhaps,
understandably.
perhaps even just that.
Someone's stirring shit to get
Yep.
them to fight, and it's very important that we find out who.
Well, you'd be better off asking the Anarchs and not the Cam, if you ask me.
Yes, that's harder to do than you might expect.
No, I completely get it. I completely get it.
We've got a hound and a primogen. We're not the best friends.
Not the
with
most
the Anarch.
approachable.
Not the cream of
Yeah.
the crop in choice, I suppose.
For them,
Yeah.
at least. No.
Well,
Mhm.
V, you could at least have a chance in talking to them, maybe.
I think I blow it.
You burned that bridge too.
Perhaps.
Well, I don't know what to tell you other than I guess you could tell someone you know to do it for you over the Maboon, or perhaps dominate someone, or ghoul some. I don't know how you guys get
What?
your information.
Anarchs do you have here?
Yeah. Are there many Nos in the Anarch
Well,
movement?
Rowan is one of them, but
Mhm.
you don't exactly count Crook, Nathaniel. They're sort of on their own plane. Ads as well.
Mhm.
Not really. More cam aligned, I think, I guess. They're not really many.
Mhm.
We like quiet order, structure.
Yeah.
It's better that way, I think.
Mm.
Safer.
Yeah.
Right. The next point. Do you keep an eye on Blue Velvet at all?
He takes out his pocket watch, clicks it down, puts it back in his pocket just before he just. Well, yes, we have to keep eyes on all the camera areas, make sure that everything's under control, and report our findings to the prince or to the sheriff or anyone like that. The best we can do. This is a big city, mind you. There's
It
not a lot of us left.
certainly is.
Rowan seems to be taking care of herself just fine, though.
There have been deliveries from animals, we believe,
Yeah. Seen
Dogs.
a brown dog.
Dogs. Probably.
consistently for the last month, and they're not
Sending
roses.
letters.
Letters through dogs. Not many people's style. I mean, you could ask Rosa, but even
They're not
her.
hers.
It doesn't necessarily have to be through dogs. We're asking if you've seen anybody bringing anything to there regularly.
I think we're going to get charisma persuasion
Mhm.
from Irene.
Have a dot.
Take a dot.
Okay. Take a dot. I'm gonna rouse as well. I get
You can
hungrier.
do it.
Um,
Is it by chance? Is he a cheater? Is he cheated on everyone?
I'm gonna spend a willpower
Otherwise,
just so I
cheating.
get a lot of successes.
What's
Yeah.
on that page in the Great Gatsby? It's all cheating.
Oh, 4, 6. It's 12 successes.
Holy shit.
It's a
You're the most
But-
charismatic.
it's a messy critical.
Of course it is.
No.
Yeah.
We love a good old
Your
mystery.
aura
Let's
is
roll a d10, shall we?
Charismatic, but
Righto.
also
Reaches across the table, just chokes him out.
A
Tell me
7.
what
but
you
friendly.
know.
A friendly.
We didn't say dogs. We wanted
Yes. So you get harm. In this case,
Okay.
it'll be
social harm.
yeah. In a social setting, a smooth introduction goes sour as you start to harass and psychologically torture the
Oh,
subject.
no.
In a violent setting,
Not always
you-
goes well. That went so well before.
Poor Cedric. He
Yeah.
just clicks his pocket watch. He's just like, why you have so many watches? You can't tell time.
you can choose how this sort of comes to the fray, but you are going to try and harm
Mhm.
someone in a social setting, whether that be, physical, mental, etc. However you
Right.
decide
It
to do
doesn't
it.
need to be Cedric. You can
Doesn't
need to be
say-
Cedric.
From us.
Just look over
Looks
to
across the
Joseph.
table at
God, you're
us.
talking a lot. Fuck off.
Getting caught up in the details. You need to look at the bigger
Shut
picture.
The fuck up from me,
Yes. In that case. And Cedric nods and just says, well, hang on a second. He stands up, he makes his way over and sort of there's filing cabinets over all the walls, and they're just full of just all these different things. Pulls one out, flicks through it, pulls a piece of paper out, closes it, pulls another one out, takes another piece of paper, moves again, goes a bit higher, pulls another one out, puts all these pieces of paper in front of you and says, well, now that you mention it, there have been reports of a dog in the area nearby, but we just ignored it because Rose has got, her dogs all over the place.
We've already
Nothing-
spoken to Rosa.
It's a brown dog.
What's it
Darker.
doing?
Darker fur, not brown.
Okay.
Is it a wolf or a dog?
Tough to tell. Some people say it's wolves, most of them. About 66% say it's a wolf. More likely that it is.
Can I read these reports and just what's this dog been doing?
Can I get intelligence investigation, please?
Yes.
Have a dog.
Certainly.
The dog.
Yes, you certainly sure can.
My special
we
role, of
organise the
course.
Things I'm good at? Okay. The dice said perish. Actually, that's not too bad. 5 successes.
Yeah, great. With the 5 successes, you quickly flick through these things. You know how to sort through the BS and what you're actually after. That's sort of a Tremere thing to be able to
Yep.
see exactly what you're after and be very analytical with it. The reports are generally like a largish wolf. It sort of makes its way through the back and then just dashes off and disappears before anyone can sort of see it. It looks like it is injured, that it is wounded across its body as well.
Fuck.
That bastard. It's the one we keep seeing.
It's the same dog that we saw at the university. A wolf, I
Ended up
guess,
in a
because you
house.
saw it, Irene.
Yeah, same thing.
Oh, you've seen this one.
This is a bigger problem than
Yeah.
It's
it first seems.
following us around. Can't imagine you've seen it before in any other place.
Not something like this, I'm afraid. Most of my days, I'm either down here or up in the Succubus Club talking to, everybody. So you're used
Sounds
to
like
this,
fun.
Joseph, as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Add this to your list because this is important.
When have these been spotted? Like, what's happening around the time? Because when we've spotted it, it's been at major events in our stuff.
Inconsistent times, different weather. Same place, though. But we've we chalked it up to, Rose's
Rosa.
stuff. Yeah.
It's a safe assumption,
What
but now we
place?
can confirm that it is not hers.
Yeah, she says it ain't hers.
Yeah.
It's nearby the Blue Velvet.
Yeah.
Thought it was a guard dog of some kind. Well, if it's not, I guess we'll have to keep an eye out for it then.
Yes, you will. And anything that you do find, please let us know.
It is a tough spot to be, though. We can do our best to try and communicate with it, but we can't exactly show ourselves around the area.
Of
We're all
course.
in tough
Right.
spots.
Yeah.
Very true.
What was the other shit? So Mendoza,
Crook?
the letters.
We want
Right.
to try and get in contact with Crook.
We do want to get in contact with the Anarchs, and you have, I think Crook is your best one. Nathaniel would.
Nathaniel
Lord.
is his own special.
You can't talk to him. So, would it be possible to get in contact with Crook?
I wouldn't
Yeah.
know the first way how. He doesn't exactly talk to us.
Hmm.
He's more
Have you-
of he's more of a man of action. I guess you would put it. If that
He
action
sure
is.
He certainly
Yeah.
tries to be.
Search for all Molotov cocktails around Chicago.
Yeah.
Yes. Very
He's
good.
all action because his words nothing. Have you got any intel on the Anarch bar?
What
I
about it?
feel like are the Anarchs like coalescing there? Because it feels like they're coalescing there.
It's probably what they're doing.
None of us have gotten that close. And if any of us have, we haven't gotten that close for a reason.
Yeah. Yep. Understandable. Worth asking.
If you want to find out, you have to find out yourself, I'm afraid.
Understandable.
Yeah. Do I talk about the Malkavians, or is it rude to be like, I heard you talking about the elm?
You can.
That seems
eventually.
like more clan things, and he specifically mentioned keeping clan stuff separate.
Could ask him when he thinks we'll be able to see Khaled at some stage.
True. Whenever Khaled gets back, could you notify one of us, please? I know that he's gone for sporadic amounts of time, so
I'm sure he'll want to see you himself.
yes. That would be great. I would like to talk to him.
Sure.
Hmm.
I'll let him know.
This is broad, but is there anything that you think I should know that would help me or us? Something that you think something we should be aware of that we might not be?
How about this one? This is a good one. The more questions you ask, the more people want to kill you. That's a good one I like. They're always...
That's a
More
great
people?
one. One
How
that
many more
some of
people
us
wanna
haven't
kill
quite
us?
caught a hold of yet, I think.
Yeah. As somebody whose
That-
whole life has been asking questions, I know what's going on.
I'm glad.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
glad.
though.
Trust me, we've been there too many times.
Mhm. That's all I really had. Thank you very much for your help, Cedric. Anything else from you two?
No, I think we're done here.
Yeah. Thanks, Cedric.
Always
Thank you
happy
so much.
to help such upstanding Camarilla folk as yourselves.
Yes, and always a
Let us,
fan of the Nosferatu.
of course, and let us know if we can help you.
Yes, good job.
Seems to be our job, and we're quite good at it.
Of course. Well, walk safely, he says as he again checks another one in his pocket, watches, clicks it in.
And just like the double check of like keep an eye out for that wolf and for this person framing Damien. Bye.
You exit, and after some walking past all the Nosferatu, as soon as you close the door behind you, the area, you can hear the hustle and bustle comes back straight away.
Yeah.
It's filled with it was filled with people the whole time, and
Yeah. Me
making
walking through just like I pretend I do not see.
Mm. And you make your way back through all these tunnels, all the way through, and finally make your way back to the car.
Where to now?
good question. Do you want to check out not Red Velvet, Blue Velvet again, or Leicester? I think was the other thing we
I
mentioned.
think it's going to come up short. Let's look for this bird. Or would I
Yeah.
know where Lester lives? I guess he does. He's
I
not very-
know where he lives because I walked there.
Oh, cool. Well, then we'll
Yes.
head then.
Hmm.
Okay, he doesn't know me. Though we can probably name drop Felix. There, who knows?
The other
They
hand,
got
on a
along.
Primogen, I think he.
I feel like he tends to keep to himself. We can name drop
Yeah.
Felix if it comes to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if he keeps up in Camarilla affairs, which is entirely respectable.
He reminds us
Yep,
of business.
Don't think
which
I've
is-
seen him in Elysium for at least. Nope, don't think I've ever seen him in Elysium. We should, yeah. He'll be probably tentative, but
We're not here to interrogate him. Just ask.
no. And I've got photos of his bugs.
Hmm.
I'm interested to see those.
Yes.
The actual bugs.
Or just what they are.
Hmm.
There's something else, that's for sure.
Well, we'll see what happens when we get there. I feel like it'll be interesting regardless.
Yes.
Hmm.
And for all we know, he might know something about Blue Velvet.
He may do. That's
He's
my other
very in
reason.
tune with the animals of the city.
There's something about this wolf, yeah. Or
If it's
whatever
him, I'm
going
gonna
on.
lose my mind.
I
If
hope
he's
not,
just
he
keeping
seems
an eye
chill.
on things, it's going to be.
After some driving through the snow of the city, you make your way towards a building which is labeled AIC, and it is quite close to the Masonic building in Chicago, where you park outside. Basically, this is exactly the building where you went inside, found Lester's small place to stay, where it overlooks a park just nearby, where you saw those things from before. How would you like to approach this, Coterie?
Is there a buzzer system on here?
It's actually like a business building that is closed currently because it's a daytime business.
Knock on the door of this building.
Let's
Big.
go to
Like,
the
I don't want to come
park
across as
first.
offensive.
Mm,
Park?
to-
Okay.
If he looks over the park, he might sense something to us, or there might be an
Not
animal
coring.
there.
And hoping for the best.
Better if it overlooks a park, he might be overlooking it. Worth a try, and then if not, we can just break in.
In that case, I might
Gently.
wait at the door just in
Gently
case something
breaking in.
happens.
Yes.
We're going to gently break in if we have to.
Break in, go to his door, and be like, "Hi, some quick questions. How'd you get in here?" Yeah, I'll go with V, I guess, to the park.
Mhm.
And
Start
we'll just
waving
dawdle
over.
around and just look up at the building, look around for some aminals.
Caw.
Okay, I'll get a wits animal Ken. Irene, you said you were more out the front of the building.
Yes, I am.
Since you're for breaking into electronic locks, your bane is extremely useful. In the way that you could just step up to this nearby emergency exit, it would fizzle and you could just open the door if you really wanted to just get straight inside.
Yeah, if it did that, she'd probably go into the foyer and start looking around.
So it's a big modern foyer. There's like the glass front doors that you can sort of see through. The big open area where there's a front desk, or one of those marble half circles where people stand behind. There's metal detectors and stuff that are currently, still active as they always are. And elevators go up and down all over the place, staircases and such. Nothing out of place or substantial or interesting in this place at all. It's a business place for
Yeah,
maybe Sierra and not for you.
this is probably futile, but it's probably all on like electronic databases. But she's going to try and look like behind the desk if there's any like records of people who work/live here or anything like that.
Mhm.
paper records.
Yeah, after a few quick checks, it's all computer. It's just a single like an iPad or something that's diagonally facing up towards the person that's constantly on charge, or like a computer system that's similar to that. No paper to be seen anywhere.
The stone tablet has nothing on it. Bap.
Destroy stone
Perhaps I shall
tablet.
mark my name. Irene was just carving into an
Oh
iPad.
no.
You could do that easily.
Cool. In that case, she'd probably just I don't know, try to like she's already caused damage to the property, so it doesn't matter too much. She'd wait in the foyer down the bottom for the rest, for the other
Alright.
two, not go too far up herself.
How many
Wait for them to
successes?
notice, like, with Irene. go?"
1.
1 and 2.
No
It's
animal can.
Yeah, it's surprisingly quiet tonight. Occasionally, you might think you hear the sound of a bird, but then you look over. There's nothing. There's beeping in some car park nearby. There's 2 people getting in a drunken fight as well. Some
Cool.
yelling. Someone's vomiting in the back street
Love.
somewhere. Classic Chicago.
I love
that
my
you're sort
city.
of- that you're sort of used to. Yeah, it's like white noise
Yeah.
to you at this point.
Yeah,
Like,
Joseph's just like, God, it's so quiet here. And B's
Yeah.
like, there's a lot going on right now.
The calming sounds of the city.
Yeah.
The centering sounds.
Yeah,
Um,
but you just being like, I love the serenity of this place. There's just 2 people brawling and throwing up, and I'm just like, sorry, excuse me. Have a lovely night. Just, "Whoa."
Unfortunately, no animals in this park,
Hmm.
or at least none that reveal themselves to you.
I think at that point we'll just look around and I'll just be like, all right.
Yeah, I'll go
and
back.
then
Wait, where did Irene go? Shit.
she said she was staying at the front.
Yeah, but
She's a very resourceful woman. When we're in the park, he will just say, in conversation with V, just be like, maybe we can go inside. Lester, we're coming in, and then we'll.
please
walk
do
up to
beg
the
our
front.
pardon, but we are entering your building. And
Mm-hmm.
walking
And
over,
Okay,
entering,
broke
going,
the door lock.
understandably,
Yes.
eek. Okay.
they malfunction sometimes.
Thanks, Joseph.
We may want to possibly speed things up because a lot of electronic things are tied to security.
Very well. I
Do you
looked
remember-
for records of things going on in this building, but everything seems to be on done by technological means, so there is nothing definite to look at.
Do you want me to have a quick
Do you
peek?
remember where he was? Up or down?
I remember that the elevator took us to the scary basement.
But his original
Where his
sort of
place was.
office, or where he lived, which is a broom closet, was upstairs.
right.
It overlooks the park.
Upstairs.
Hmm.
Yeah, right. I was like, I think he was upstairs. But if you want me to check, or should we just go?
He's likely not actually on any official records.
Probably. His place did seem awfully small.
Right.
Not official.
Fair enough. Probably not then.
Okay.
Maybe we should just go straight there if you know.
And if he has a
Could he-
mask, I
Take a-
don't know what it is. So
Yeah, good point. Can we take the elevator? Look at Irene.
I might take the stairs.
we absolutely will not be taking the elevator with us. Unless you want to
Yes,
go
it is.
straight to the basement, we will not be taking the elevator.
And
No,
not
maybe
come
not the
back up.
basement.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Cool. Stairs it is. Opens
Yeah.
the fire.
Unless
There's
it's like
always
one
fire
of those
stairs.
manual like
Yeah, the clip one.
elevators.
You're like, oh, an elevator. No, I can definitely do that. It's like
Yeah.
it's electronic.
like
You're
a-
like an electronic elevator. How the times have changed.
Rather.
Not a dumbwaiter.
Yeah, that's
Um,
right.
A robot man winching. Incredible. Like, no.
Whatever will they
very
think of
small.
next?
What I'll get is a wits awareness from everybody.
I'm gonna activate heightened senses.
Sure, you can add your specs to this.
I'm going to do my usual crappy wits awareness roll.
Yeah. 3.
3.
0 successes.
Woo!
You're still
Also
like
3.
counterbalances, but how are the robot men carrying them?
Yeah, is it like a drawbridge system? Like, what's going on?
You make your way up to the same floor, open the door, and make your way into this area. It's just as empty and quiet and has sort of that echo that when you call out into those sort of underground sort of stone buildings that echoes through. The floor is pristine and so clean that Irene can't even see her reflection in it. And as you
Terrifying.
and you make your way through this section, and V, you point them out to, once you turn the corner, you point out the door at the end where you last saw Lester Knife.
Okay.
I have sensed the unseen up just
Yes.
in case there is anything.
Mhm.
Just knock.
I don't see why not. He just wants to mind his own
Apologies.
business, so we'll just try not to waste his time, be quick, leave him be. He's a soft-spoken man, so.
Knock, 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 knock,
As
knock.
soon as
I'm
you
sorry.
rap on the door, it just slowly creaks open.
Apologies. We don't know how to talk to eagles. Can we come in?
No response.
Gonna open the door slightly more.
Oh, peeking.
There's a seems to be what seems to be a torn off poster, a can of paint that's been knocked over to the ground. Some things have been gathered hastily, but there's no one here. A couple of things have been moved, shifted around.
Yeah.
Does it look like someone left in a hurry?
It does.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Cool.
It's footprints in the paint that actually make their way towards you, and then the paint sort of disappears after a little while.
Yeah.
Shit. Oh, good.
We're going to have to go to the
Um,
We'll do just a quick look through here in case there are things that perhaps he left.
Mm-hmm. The only things you find are very basic, like things that you would take camping, like a small little one of those. They're not Bunsen burners, but like the portable stoves.
The little stove.
Yeah, and like a rollout bed, all these different things for like outdoor sort of camping.
Yeah.
Things.
For humans.
Yeah, well, he might take
Yeah.
quite a few trips out to the wilderness.
Yes, which makes perfect sense.
But
How
nothing important.
old is Lester?
Nobody really knows because Lester keeps to himself.
Yeah.
V, you remember though, I'll make this very clear. The poster where all the markings were that was on the wall, that's been ripped off. There's little bits of it still on the pins.
Ooh.
huh.
What?
There was a poster there. It had markings on it, but it's not there anymore.
Markings of what?
It was markings of the labyrinth last time you were here.
He showed it to Felix. It was stuff to do with the labyrinth. He was trying to figure out something about it. Oh god, I
Right.
hope he didn't go down there alone.
Likely where these things came from.
Probably.
Do you think he took them with him?
The poster or the things?
The things.
He seemed to treat them with respect in the sense of, when you feed or like take care of a wild animal and you treat them well, but you don't get up in their business and you don't get hurt.
So you think they're still down there?
There's a possibility.
There's a hole that they came out of, if I remember correctly.
They turned into goo.
Okay.
They sort of bubbled out of the
Yes.
ground itself.
My hypothesis so far is he lost control of them and is leaving. Or he is
I
rehoming
don't like
them.
either of Okay, that's yeah. Well, maybe we should check out the basement.
I
What
think
time
we
is
can
it?
do.
Look at the time, because there was a very particular time they came out at.
Mm. It's only
Was it
about
midnight?
yeah, it was about midnight. It's about 3 a.m. at this point.
Well,
Look down
hopefully
there
we've
for now.
missed it. Okay, back to the stairs, I guess.
Yeah. We'll
I'm
head
gonna be
down to
keeping
the
Lookout for if there's anything, like any sign of life or any sign of like he went that way.
and I'm sense the unseening in case someone else is interested in this.
You can make another wits awareness check, all of you. Those of you
Love to
using
do that.
heightened senses can add their auspex.
3.
Holy
success.
shit.
I'm gonna willpower.
Oh, sorry,
'cause I want
2
this to go
successes.
well.
2 successes.
Or with the crit.
Or with a crit.
Nice. I've got 3.
3. As you're sort of making your way through, you see now more clearly that the paint is sort of on the side and you were walking straight down the middle of the hallway, so you didn't see it clearly. It's sort of hidden by the shadow of the lockers a little bit, quite cleverly. But you can't, once it disappears, you can't follow it any further. It seems to go around to the other staircase on the other side of the building.
Should we go down those stairs just in case? I'm assuming they just take you to the same place.
They do.
That should be fine.
Yeah, why not?
Make your way down the staircase. There's nothing of note here that you can see. Once the paint disappears, you can't follow these footsteps any further. Even with your extreme sight that you can use, V, it's disturbances in dust. There would be, but this building's kept so clean, so pristine that it's impossible to be able to follow such small things. And you make your way down back to the base level. Could have gotten off on any floor. Could have gotten off
Yeah.
anywhere. Taken out, jumped out of any window. You know, anything could have happened through this. You lose the trail.
Is this the place where you saw the bugs?
They were deep down basement. If there's anything lower than a basement, it's that.
Can we find that?
You can certainly go all the way down. Yeah, absolutely. If
Yeah,
you-
we're gonna go all the way down.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
You go all the way down even further to the sub-basement levels where it is just stone corridors. And it's just pitch black. No, like there's occasionally a distant light, but barely anything to see. And this is where if you whisper, it sort of echoes out a little bit into this hallway. And there's this oppressive silence, thick air in this area that makes you quite uncomfortable. You find yourself
Except Irene.
sorry, comfortable. Some of us uncomfortable.
Yeah. Irene's just like, oh my, I should bring the congregation here.
It's
This place
great.
rocks."
Stay the fuck away from this place. Gonna light up the Crook's lighter and just use that as a torch of some sort.
We all frenzy.
You-
Don't pull out the lighter. We have technology, and I will probably just use my phone light so that we don't.
Well, the
have a-
only one that has a fucking smartphone.
Yeah.
Mister, I have an actual job.
Yes. So I will distance myself from Irene and get my phone out and use a light because we're not having open flame around a bunch of kindred in a small corridor. Just FYI.
Mhm.
What could possibly go wrong?
What could- yeah,
Stone
right?
isn't flammable. I don't see the ish.
You might be able to break through stone to the surface, but some of us aren't. That's
You wander around for what feels like a long, long time. It's not until you sort of come to a bit of a corner at sort of the edge of the building, what you can understand the structure is, that Joseph, with your 4 successes and a critical, you can hear this like strange rubbing sound that sort of emits a tune, just like a cricket rubbing its legs together. But it's slow and it's like It's like someone took a violin that was made out of, I guess, rock and started
Yeah.
to play it.
Mm-hmm. And that's coming from where?
Just around the corner.
Lovely.
It's coming up. Can you hear
I want
that?
to be real quiet. We don't want them to know we're here because he didn't really want them to know they were here. He hid from them when he was down here. So we should probably do.
Yeah, do a shush shush. I don't do shush shush. But I will peek around the corner first.
Mm-hmm. Dexterity, stealth, please.
Good luck, son.
Thanks, mate. Woo! Yeah, we
No,
got
no.
one.
One.
I'm
No.
rolling 2 dice. Thank you.
Roll the other one.
Right,
Ye-
I did.
It's the scene from the horror movie. A lot of that happening recently. As you see, you turn the corner, see this huge blue insect that is like, it has this face that's almost humanoid, but not quite. Its head sort of smooths back into these 2 long feelers at the back, and its mandibles sort of disconnect and open up to a wider jaw. And it's got these 6 long legs that it carries itself around on, and 2 sort of front legs that are sort of keeping it perched there. It's upside down on the ceiling, watching through and just observing things with these little red beady eyes, like eyes of the beast, glows through, and it's red. And you can see that its abdomen is like this grey, pale, shrunken in, and it's protected by this blue carapace around it. But you can still see through it. It's almost like the thing is not quite there, and you can still see through it. And as you poke your head out, there's this. Its head twists on the side, spins, and you see a red beady eye looking back at you. And that rubbing sound hastens and quickens like a heartbeat.
I would like to
Don't.
see where the shroud thins. Thank you very much.
That's if that's what you'd like to do.
Yeah,
Good
the
luck.
minute I see
Doesn't
it,
it
I'm
fit?
Many
just like,
stains ensue.
Okay,
hey, that's only if I fuck up my
make a where the shroud thins roll.
rouse check.
Or is it?
Okay. I do get hungrier because I'm like, God, I think it sees me.
Yes, the tenseness of the moment and its piercing gaze rock the beast inside of you.
Wits oblivion.
You get hungry as a result. Are the 2 of you just standing there and watching this sort of happen? I guess you would respond to whatever happens, right?
Yeah, I'm getting ready
Yeah.
to yeet Joseph out of there. If
Yes,
needs be.
much appreciated.
I'm
Actually-
going to activate prowess just in case I need it for whatever reason.
Okay.
Okay.
Damn.
I've also got Silence of Death at the moment
fair
because
Yeah, no worries.
I'm
I
rolling
don't want this thing chasing me.
really well at the moment. That is 1, 2, 3.
Can't relate to that.
7 with a regular crit.
7 successes.
With the shroud out.
It is. You have to remind me of the levels. I don't have my.
Yeah, I
book
never
with
remember
me
them either.
currently. Yeah.
Give me uno momento. Por favor. Watch me constantly get cults of the blood gods and children mixed up. Every time.
Can I get a lol?
Scroll, 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 scroll. Scroll, scroll.
Why?
Because I know it pains you.
Where the shroud thins. So it is so the possible call, it's either impenetrable, thick,
Yeah.
thin, frayed, or absent.
It's definitely thin here.
So thin is like a death recently took place here. Melancholic mortals often pass through this space. It's like possible causes.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. I guess I'll do the usual thing with Irene and just be like, the shroud's thin here, but it's not like completely ruined, which means that this isn't.
You
I'm like,
What the fuck?
you don't
you're
have
climbing.
time to communicate at all as that sound hastens and you hear the sound of stone on stone as it comes closer and closer and closer. And in
Ooh.
like an instant, like the blink of an eye, the thing is right
Fuck.
above your head on the ceiling
Haha.
above you. And all of
And
you
in
see
another blink
this.
of the
Oh
eye.
my.
in another
In
blink.
another blink of the eye,
So-
B gets hungrier. Can I grab Joseph in a blink?
With
Well,
blink,
I would be close to you anyway. Can I blink away with Joseph?
what's your strength? How many dots in strength do you have?
No.
2. I'll get a strength athletics check to physically hoist Joseph with you.
Come on, Joseph. You're good, right?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm like, away I go.
Okay, I'm gonna rouse.
And for Joseph,
I
I'll
don't
get
know if 2 is
a
enough.
Oh, Lord.
composure resolve, please,
Oh, love. Okay.
to not vomit during the process. Irene, what would you like to do?
Back away slowly, but keeping my
Mm.
eye on it in a kind of morbid fascination.
Mm-hmm.
5 successes. On my
Can I
compassion.
get Irene from you a composure and animal ken?
Okay.
Screaming.
Gonna rouse.
How many
Can I
successes,
roll?
Joseph?
5.
5. You know what's going to happen. You prepare yourself for it. You breathe, and then suddenly you're elsewhere. You're a bit woozy, but you can handle
Just
it.
immediately, like, the shroud's really thin. It's like, just that.
Just get the fuck out.
And you
6
just
and
I
a
mean,
crit.
get the fuck out.
What was that?
Good
Sorry.
God.
6 and a crit.
6 and a critical. Okay, that
Yeah,
completely
I got
changes the scenario.
Things on every dice successes.
Oh,
Shit,
God.
okay.
Hell yeah.
Damn.
You know what I'm thinking about? Just super out of code. I was like, I bet at this point Irene's gonna go to the lake and become like ultra powered. But no, she just gets a free familist.
As you sort of step back, there's this guttural like feeling that overflows through your body. It's that resonating echo of the wail. And as you sort of step back, you open your mouth and you make this sound that is unnatural, that is not of this world, that comes out of your mouth. The creature stops its advance and freezes and looks at you with its big eyes, and it actually cowers. It actually retreats and runs away, making its way through. And as it does so, it turns straight towards the wall, dives into it, and sort of bubbles and dissipates into the walls. It flees from you in this moment.
What
It
just
was-
That was amazing.
Let's
You
go.
speak whale? What the fuck?
Loud.
I should have known it was coming.
I didn't expect it at
He
all.
doesn't understand that reference. You can't just.
That's right.
Oh,
Irene's
like
never
that.
seen Finding Nemo.
Whales don't talk.
Definitely not.
That's why would
That
you
wasn't a
think?
whale.
No, that was something completely different.
Something that I don't know.
Instinctual.
Yeah, as I'm sort of pushing V and Joseph like the other
Yeah.
way.
Joseph's like, do you know how you made that? Do you know where that came
Something
from?
like that I may have seen but not seen, or felt but I'm not sure. I've been spending a lot of time studying the lake, and I feel like that's got something to do with it, but I'm not
Makes
entirely
sense.
sure.
The shroud isn't super thick here. It's thin, but it's not completely damaged by those things, which is important.
They're definitely on this side then.
Yeah.
Irene, because of that
Lord.
incredibly strange event, under the Animal Ken section on your character sheet, you had a
Yes.
specialty called the Drowned.
Oh,
Okay,
Lord
interesting.
above.
As they now know of you.
Ooh. My single dotted
Yeah, that's
animal
different.
can will become 2 in that sense.
Mm.
Came in handy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we're going, and he's just like, what was that when you saw it? Did that answer any questions on what they are?
Well, no, it's just when Hunter, when he was around, spoke of that thing that he saw at the bottom of the lake,
Yeah.
I feel like it must have been akin to whatever that was, because
Yes.
that moved in a way and spoke in a way, and I felt something in the same way that I feel when I've been studying the lake water, whatever it is that's in there.
Mhm.
It's definitely from the same place.
Wow.
So not just perhaps lake water's leaking into the labyrinth.
The lake and the labyrinth have always kind of felt
The-
connected.
Yes.
Way. I don't know if one leads to the other, but they both have like a similar energy.
When those zombies came out, it was because of water. It was black
Yeah.
water that we stepped in. I stepped in.
Kind of felt like it was a trap planted, but perhaps it
But
was
they were
its own
zombies.
natural.
Like undead.
Yeah.
Not enough Hekata around to make them. From the water,
not that we
these
know of.
things, a seeming connection to the lake. This might be more connected than we think.
It probably is.
We'll have to make a section in the wall for this. Let's go.
This is entirely
let's
separate from
leave.
our Camarilla endeavors.
This is
In a way,
something
yes.
else.
It's connected to Gehenna that's coming, but you know.
Well, yes, it's not something you can harness politically, though.
Well,
Why would I
else
want
not.
to?
I'm just saying that it's not connected to our Camarilla endeavors.
Right. Yes, sorry. Yes, you're right. I
Not at the moment, at least.
just
Don't
fascinating.
know who else has access to here and who would want to be doing anything with this, but I hope not.
And Lester's been dealing with these things, but he's not here at the moment.
Well, more just looking after them in a sense, keeping the balance.
I could try to do a ritual on Lester.
What he looks like?
Yes, I've met Lester before. If it fails, he's dead. And he was eaten by those things, which is a real possibility.
Yeah.
Let's
We'll
go
have to try.
somewhere not here, though.
Indeed. Leading them up the stairs to the ground floor.
Mm-hmm.
We'll find a little corner where hopefully there aren't security cameras. But I imagine that
They will be fine.
who was walking around the room being like, where's the information? Just destroyed all of it.
I think she probably did.
Unintentionally.
Just Irene's presence has enough
Yeah.
bane severity to destroy a lot of cameras in the nearby area.
It's
She doesn't
honestly
mean
just
to be destructive. She just is.
V's Ghost in the Machine, your Bane. It's just like this man walked in here alone.
He's talking to himself.
Talking to himself in conversation. Who is this guy?
Make the relevant roll. You'd have to go outside and
Yeah.
make this
Yeah.
happen. Nearby alleyway. It's cold. Nobody else is around. Not a problem to do so. Even in the park if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Mm.
In the lovely sounds of domestic
Throwing up.
disputes
Mhm.
and yeah.
Vomiting pub goers
Ah.
and such.
Nature is truly wonderful.
The
Yes.
vomiting
It's just
guy
like a
would have been
meditation
done
track
by
at this
now.
point.
It would probably
There's another
be-
one.
It would probably be drunk club goer, like pissing in a bush or
Mm.
something like that.
The perfect sounds.
Yeah.
ASMR to sleep
Automated
to.
driver cursing their existence.
It's
All
like,
of that.
taxi driver nearly hitting someone on the road, Kindred doing blood sorcery in the park, someone picking up drugs in the like. It's all together.
All that good shit.
Someone delivers a love letter
Sounds
to
of Chicago.
Bronwyn. It's just
Okay, let's make a rouse check, and then we're going to Do the ritual roll. Intelligence, blood, sorcery. Difficulty
Yes.
is 3.
Cool. That is 5 successes.
Okay, now an intelligence survival roll.
Yes.
Difficulty is 4.
And that is 4.
So for the rest of the night, you can track Mr. Lesser.
So it does succeed, meaning that
He's alive.
Alive.
It does, yes.
Cool. While we're outside the building, I will try to catch glimpses of him.
You sort of make your way, since you specifically took that exit, as
Yep.
soon as you go outside, you can see straight away there's sort of like this wild tracks that are sort of almost scratches in the ground that sort of light up. And they pass through where you are currently from the section of the building recently out and back through the park and then through some of the side alleys far off.
Are we okay to
See.
walk? Because I can
Yes.
find him. All right, let's go. We'll follow it.
Mm-hmm.
Keep an eye out. It is Chicago.
Yep.
I will get a resolve and
Streetwise?
athletics.
Oh.
Resolve and
From
athletics,
all of
okay.
us.
Yes. Takes a lot of brain power and a lot of physical fitness to keep following this for a long period of time.
Oh god.
Not my strength.
Gonna arouse.
Share my brows. God above.
That is now 3.
Oh, fucking hell. I'll use a willpower.
4 successes.
Mhm.
3 successes.
Mm-hmm. And then I will get one. Actually, let's get it from V this time. I'll get a wits and animal can.
Okay. Gonna rouse for this.
God, we're trying to find one dude. We're just like, rouse, rouse, rouse.
I like this dude.
Yeah,
He might have
cool.
information. 3 successes.
3 successes. As you're all making your way through, you spend how long are you willing to spend on tracking down
If
Lester?
it seems like he's headed out of town, like going, I'd be like, he's further away than we think.
It definitely seems like you are traveling out and then you turn back around and then you're traveling out again and then you turn back around and then these are all fresh. Like he clearly doesn't want to be found by you guys. And after a while, V, you can see that there are squirrels in trash cans that look up and look at you in a particular way and then scurry off.
Huh.
And after, about an hour of tracking backwards and forwards, it's very clear to you that Lester Knife ducked out before you got there and doesn't want to be found by you guys.
Yeah. Oh, Lester.
It's getting late.
Yeah, it is.
V, to you, that is entirely unsurprising with the way that he acted.
Yeah. Huh. The next time we see a squirrel by a trash can, we will just get out a piece of paper from a notebook, just write down a phone number, hope that she doesn't get a whole bunch of fucking random calls, and just say, just Lester, friends of Felix, Austin. Can't write Labyrinth without that being kind of sus, can I?
Or like trying to help.
Yeah, trying to help Bugs V. Put it near the bin, not in
That
the bin.
one movie with David Bowie. Hee hee.
We don't know how old he is. We
Yeah.
can't-
The that is most kindred would be like, what are you talking about?
That was very
Only
much
the
an out
cool-
of character moment. for
Only the
me.
cool ones would be like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Irene's like, you
And with
should
the voodoo.
reference the 1912 play that was had in Europe.
Yeah,
You'll
that's
know.
right.
You'll know. It's
Um,
such a good one.
It's a strange interaction because you sort of put it down on the snowy ground. The squirrel sort of looks it up and down, like makes its way over through the snow, peeks its head out, nibbles on it a little bit, and then takes it and runs off with the note. Whether to
For a
eat
second there, I
or
thought it could
to
read. I was like, you go over and read it? What? Damn, okay, screw it.
Picks it up.
high enough animalism. Yes. So the night does wear on as you spend quite a lot of time here, and
Head back to the car.
yes, you.
Yeah, we should
Is there any discussion on the way back to the Haven because there's not enough time to
Yeah.
do anything else this night?
Yeah,
Anything from you guys?
What is the plan for tomorrow?
Guess hopefully Lester gets back to us. We need
Mhm.
to still figure out this crook. Don't know.
Yes.
He's
We
got a
can
couple
try
of
and
bars
touch
in town.
base with Genghis again.
That would be
Oh,
good.
yeah. Let's try that. Just bloody hope he's not freaking at that.
I'm interested if
Anna.
we can't get in contact with Genghis. I want to see if we can find One IK. We need to make contact with some
Docs?
nihilists, and Nathaniel
Yes.
will not be helpful.
He just wants to
Nathaniel.
see everybody burn.
I'm very tempted to
I wanna
find
see him-
just to eliminate him, but we were given express instructions not to kill more nihilists.
Not personally.
We've
always
always
send the
done it in
information off.
self-defense. So if he attacks us,
Mm.
1AK doesn't seem like the attacking type. He seems more like the I'll get you to attack for me
yes,
kind of
Yeah.
type.
he's the kind
Also-
of person who would
Mhm.
claim self-defense in a situation where he
Yes.
was a threat.
And he's losing bodyguards by the night as well. So
Mhm.
he might be easier to talk to directly
Yes.
if we can
Though-
find him.
Don't know how cooperative he will be, and you'll have to translate everything he says.
I'm fine with that.
Good. Whatever language, Georgian. I don't know. Not my cup of tea.
Mm-mm.
Elizabethan.
Is it?
Shakespearean.
Yeah. Did not like Shakespeare in school.
Understandable. Bit of a prude.
There are a few older Tremere who like to talk in riddles and rhymes and think that
Of course
they were.
there are. Of course
Yes.
there are.
There were. Let's put it that way. So,
Natural selection.
so sometimes when you pretend that speaking in London,
Survival of the clearest.
yeah,
Sorry to be a Sombra, but like
Yep.
Are you?
some agreement of him just being like, they were the shitty ones that were just like, sorry, Pyramid says I'm higher than you, and I'm like,
Sorry.
because you read a
Pyramid
lot of
fell down.
shitty
Oops.
plays doesn't make you better than me.
no.
And neither does his blood bond. Oh my god. Anyway, we should also speak with. I want to touch base with Khadijah and truly make sure that
Yes.
she's above board.
Yeah.
Also, I need to continually ensure that the relationship between the Tremere and the Banu Hakim seems at worst neutral, at best positive.
You're probably the only person that the entirety of the Banu Hakim are willing to talk to out of the Tremere. I
I'm
don't
fine
think
with
Khadijah would walk up to Desable and start a conversation without there being
Oh Lord,
something
no.
necessary.
And we need to just ensure that, like, do our checks on her. She is
Yeah.
likely to be trusted, but that.
Considering she just got, well, not she just got in, but we just got in and she became a Primogen recently, I think it's safe, but we should check.
Yeah.
Also, I'd like to see if she'll help us with our Second Inquisition problem.
yes,
She seems quite good at what she does, and
I agree. She
be
might
good to have some backup.
connections.
yeah,
Mm.
definitely
Also,
good to have
just
some backup.
technically, I was made a new Primogen, and I work for Maxwell, so. you
Yeah,
know.
but the Tremere,
understand what
it's
you're
easy
saying,
for
but,
you to
like-
have a Primogen. It's not easy for us.
Yes, understandably, why I involved her.
Mhm.
Cool. So we'll talk to her. that performance is coming up in 2 nights, I believe. So we'll have to block out the night after.
Mm.
I'm not sure what to do about this planted person who is riling up. I don't know if there's going to be another incident because it's been 2 nights since that hit on Mendoza. I think I
I
might
think we just
talk
gotta.
to my thin bloods
Yeah, that's
and
probably a good idea.
just be like, hey, keep an ear out because you guys are a target. Make sure you're
Stay
okay.
safe.
Yeah,
It's likely they're targeting the Anarch Thinbloods, but Thinbloods,
or unaligned ones.
yeah, Thinbloods, it's good for them to talk to each other. I don't know if they all
Yes.
do, but I think if they don't already, they should. And I assume they already do because, finding your people who have similar issues, have similar abilities and stuff, it's
Yeah.
Mm.
It's why I tried to keep them all together in the first place.
yeah.
Yes, I'll talk to them. We'll do that. Who else do we need to talk to?
Irene, is there anyone you want to talk to? Or any...
Have you spoken to Sierra recently? Like, do you need to talk to her
Not
about
since
anything?
you dropped the C word in front of
Oh,
her.
true. Facts. Yes.
That was really great.
In hindsight.
I probably do need to touch base with her. Aside from that, I'll probably speak with Damien about all of that stuff on like a hound level, just to see if he has anyone officially that he thinks might be likely to be
Public
sort of
enemy.
framing him and stuff. Yeah. I don't know if I'll get anything else because he's already said that nothing has happened, but
Do you
might be
want to
worth
pull
bringing it up.
Alexis aside and just be like, girl to girl, you have your finger in everyone's fucking pie. Can you tell me what's going on? Or something like that.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Just be
We'll
like,
see what the dynamic is when we get there.
Yeah,
If
very
she's by
true.
herself, then maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like going to Damien first would be best because he's at the top.
Of the people we know who have Auspex, likely a Toreador, hopefully, do any of them have that clairvoyance ability that I would be aware of?
That's the thing about Auspex. It's an extremely subtle ability. It's hard to
Yeah.
tell if any of them even have it most of the time.
Because Annabelle would be big presence, is my guess.
You can assume as much, but
What
you
I think I
know.
might talk to Annabelle.
Also very
like,
old.
Can you get me some?
Probably good at lots of things.
I do the Tremere have it, but I feel like a lot of the Tremere have like a real blood sorcery focus. I want to get someone with clairvoyance that I can take to the location that Mendoza died to be like, find out what happened here.
That's
You can.
We don't know where.
yeah,
we
that's
know
gonna
gutter.
that's probably not going to happen because Kindred don't reveal their hands like that.
Yeah.
They won't tell you that they had this ability. You know, if for example Annabelle had it, she'd be like, "Oh, that's silly. Why would you even imply that I had such a thing? I never, know exactly what you're doing at all times. Exactly.
And I'd be like,
Yeah.
damn, thought you actually had good Auspex. All right.
Yeah.
She's like,
So
I do have it actually.
unfortunately, it's not going to be that easy.
Yeah, I didn't think so. But it was something that was on my mind.
If you want to spend your XP towards Auspex, maybe you could.
Do you have Spirit's Touch?
No, I don't. My Auspex is like Sense the Unseen, Premonition. I think that's the only 2.
You have Scry the Soul as well.
And Scry the Soul, yeah. So
Spirit's Touch is level 4.
Mm.
You could get, that is useful in that particular instance
Mm.
because you can touch things and see who's been there before and stuff.
Yeah,
Would have been useful for the letters.
Yes, it was. My 3 experience points probably won't cut it there.
It's all just blood sorcery
Oh, wow.
town. With
Well, I've been picking up a lot of lore sheets recently. So
Yeah.
things that will help me in social situations.
Okay. If that's our plan, Day will rise as it always does. Our kindred fall into torpor in their usual locations. In their different ways, V surrounded by all this technology, probably downloading and uploading and getting all these things organized in the background. Irene upon probably very tightly tucked in sheets around a mattress that you lie across with your sword in like that usual, like looking like the knights carved in stone above
Yeah.
a
The coffin
tomb or a
something.
coffin,
Yeah.
yes, in a lot of ways. And Joseph surrounded by all these numbers and not technology, but
And
like
a cult.
chemistry and occult and things that are around your room. Lots of notes, lots of things that are carefully laid out and very precise. Also, with probably a very tightly tucked in mattress, very orderly. You know, all the sheets are really well done and like ironed out and such.
Actually, the one thing that is like the most chaotic in the room, like the room's very organized, the bed is a mess. And he is doing a lot of pillow hugging and like simulating someone else there. It's the one messy thing. In the room.
Interesting. A little bit of an insight. I like that. Let's all make a rouse check. During this time, the sun rises. Our Chicago people get up, go to their jobs. It will be a Friday day at this point, and these people are getting to their end of the week, and they are excited for it. Tonight is a night to relax, to party, to enjoy themselves. Some of them to get an early night to rest for the next day. Some of them, work doesn't stop, but most of them travel through the L. They travel through their trams and their buses, bustling. So many people all organized together that when the sun goes down, almost like the moon rises in a particular way that makes people's blood come forth and boil. It is a full moon tonight, so there is a heightened resonance and feel throughout the city. This is when kindred are at their hungriest, and because they can smell and feel all those things around the area. But also the moon makes people go a little bit crazy on these times. Something stirs within them. Strange things might be afoot for our kindred. As they awake this night, how many of you succeeded on your
I
rouse check?
fail rouse check as real testament to the full moon vibes.
Mm.
Honestly.
Yeah, indeed.
I'm now hungry again.
Yes,
One
yes,
hunger.
yes. We all awaken this night. I would imagine after some... Well, first of all, I believe, V, you're the first to awaken, right? I believe you have the highest
V and I
Ah,
wake
not
up at the
anymore.
same time. We're
Not
sevens.
anymore. The witnessing of Joseph's recent victim really plunged
Sorry,
V
Joe.
slightly back into the realities of what being a kindred is. And both of you awaken at the same time. Irene, probably about 30 minutes to an hour later, as you rise at the darkest time of night when the sun is fully set, all the way gone. No orange in the sky left. And you all regroup at this time and leave the scene to you all.
I made a section in the room just for the lake. It's unattached to anything, no red thread, but it's there.
Okay, cool.
Right.
Didn't take any photos yesterday. What a shock.
Probably for the best.
Mm.
Too busy getting you out of harm's way and
Thank you very much.
reacting to that madness.
Madness indeed.
Mm.
Something quite other.
So, who would we like to talk to first?
Should we try old buddy, old pal Genghis once more?
Yeah, why not? Let's
Since
start the night.
everybody in the Camarilla is probably in and around the hive, it's probably best to knock Genghis out of the way, for lack of a better term,
Mhm.
first and get him over and done with, because it's not going to be pleasant however it goes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna put him on loudspeaker, Joseph, if you can help.
Yes.
That would be
We
great.
need to go in with a bit of a plan because he now knows that he has a semblance of power over us because we can't go to that fucking bar. And he's going to flaunt what little power he has to conflate his own ego.
If it doesn't end in us having to fight an ad lib inquisition, then we're improving on our approach at least a bit.
I would actually, because Jack can't figure it out, is there like an insight or something I can do to figure out the best way to get Genghis to cooperate? Because he does have small ego, but I don't know how to approach it.
That's the thing about Genghis is that he doesn't
It's so-
cooperate.
Yeah.
He thrives on not cooperating.
Yes.
So is there like, can I reverse psychology?
The way
Like,
to
I've
use
just been
that.
like, don't visit us at the corner of.
You don't really
That kind
have
of-
you
I wanna
don't have any
gaslight him.
you don't have any strings on him
Yes.
currently. The only strings you have is when Irene's physically within punching distance of him.
Yeah.
Every other time, you really don't know anything about him.
You can use
So
me
there's
as like
nothing to
chicken on a stick
really-
if you
That's
want.
the thing, is
Yeah,
with
but
that
he'll
in
hide in his
mind,
fucking little house.
can I be
house
like,
Anakbar.
can you please meet me alone? Because he's more than likely to try and beat the shit out of me and feel more powerful.
Well, you can say that you want to fight him.
I'll let you know.
Physically.
I'll let you know that at this point, he's probably not going to meet with any of you at any point. He's wizened up to the fact that you guys are all there together all the time.
Theodore.
He's not
Yeah.
stupid, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Would mentioning Maxwell is the question.
You sort
Might
of
not
tried that
even-
last time.
Yeah.
So we went to Gary and he's like, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, he's not clued in. We need to find One Eye K then, because he's probably the actual something.
Um,
The
To
question
Don't want to talk.
and to make this even more clear as well, if you call his number, just as a quick scene,
It's not
Um,
gonna.
it's the guy at the bar saying you should probably come and pick up your phone. It's been here like all
Yeah,
night."
he just threw.
He's
that
dumped
phone.
his phone
Yeah.
at the Anak bar.
The question is now to you, V. Would you feel comfortable, totally fine if you're not, to go to the Anna bar alone?
Again, would not do it. That's not an option.
Yeah, it's
I
just
need
the only
to work
person
a whole
who could
shit
go.
more to get back into
Yeah.
any level of them having any semblance of trust. We massacred the Anarchs in Gary. It wasn't like, letting things slide. We fucking killed them.
Hmm,
We are the bad guys to them. There's no way we
Yeah.
can change that.
true.
Even if I didn't do it personally,
yeah,
we did it.
So
and I didn't stop you.
yeah. Okay,
Makes
fair
sense.
enough.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to take them off the table then. The only other person being One Eye K, and the only location we have is that warehouse. In that case, next on our list is Khadijah.
Probably Succubus Club.
Probably.
Would you like to call Aicha and see where she is? Because if she's at the Succubus Club, we can have all the Banu Hakim in one location.
Well, that's not all. Is Arjun still in town? I haven't seen him
Arjun's not-
leave, but
Like, he doesn't live here now, does he?
He does.
he was at Elysium.
He does? Oh, I thought he'd visited just
He's
to be
just
like, hi, I'm
spreading
here to
the
blood
good
bond
word
you.
of our Lord and
No,
Savior
he's
Mithras
here
throughout
now, yep.
Chicago.
Oh, he's here.
I don't want to
Right.
talk to Arjun again.
I really thought that he'd come from out of country just to Blood Bond V and then would leave.
Yeah, but he still hasn't
It-
done it yet, has he?
Yeah, it's more like it
He's
is.
a recruiter.
Playing the long
Well, it is
game.
missionary in a lot of ways. Yeah,
It's
Yeah.
missionary, but like more permanent.
yeah. It's to come here and to establish a church, basically.
So, he's
So, yeah, that's
probably
not
definitely
full.
safe because the old Church of Mithras is.
Is he safe? He doesn't like our prince. Doesn't like how he's handling things.
Does
In a
anyone?
different-
Camarilla
way.
is good, but doesn't like Jackson.
Yes. I don't think he's working for Maxwell, is my thought, because Maxwell did not give Mithraic Church energy.
Bigu
know.
Shrugu. I don't know.
I don't know enough about Mithraic.
We met him once.
Yeah. My only thought is that Aicha usually puts Khadijah in a better frame of mind when she's nearby.
let's use Aicha to get what we want from Khadijah.
Yeah, I find this is real.
I'm not using
vibes
her.
you put in
Simply
her.
You
having,
are.
having
You
her
literally
here.
said you want her to be in a better mood. You were using that child.
It is the probability of a situation will be better if her mood is better. It will offset the negative mood that I will set upon entering the room.
Joseph, you can choose to use euphemisms or you can choose to forego them. It is the same thing. And it's completely fine. Like, it is a completely valid way to go about this. And it will probably help it work better. But don't hide
pretend
from
it's
what you're
not-
doing.
Not what it is, yeah. You can sugarcoat it all.
I will. I think I
Okay,
will.
Fine.
I think I will because if Aicha doesn't want to come, I'm not going to force her. And I think that's the difference between use and not. It is an offer to be like, would you like to be
An
involved?
offer to use you. Lovely.
Yes,
I'm gonna
it is
Aicha-
consensual use.
consensual manipulation. Hell yeah. Gonna text Aicha, yo, you no, never mind. That was started that and then she deletes that going, nah, that no. Hi Aicha, you at the Succubus Club question mark?
I have to emphasize before I respond to this text, it is the most Gen Z, like, you know, U with the U, R with the R, you know, occasional numbers and such to make sure that it's like, you know,
Yike.
great is GR and then 8, etc.
That's not Gen
no.
Z. That's
To me,
like boomer millennial.
okay,
like,
let's be clear. To me, in my opinion,
fair enough.
my
fair
cruel
enough.
opinion is someone who likes to phonetically write it all out and put semicolons in their texts.
Okay, fair.
She responds with just like, "Oh my god, long time no see. They are having a white light disco at Succubus Club tonight. It is going to be popping.
Ew.
Are you
Rest
coming?"
in peace, anyone with a UV folkloric. Or if you're
Oh, God.
what are they? The ministry.
Satire-
You just walk in
ministry,
there and you're
Yeah.
like, cool. All right. Well, she's there then.
Yeah. I'll
Wear
just
white.
text back. I'm just gonna wear a black hoodie. I don't want to be seen.
Oh, is Irene's little church light up?
You bet.
Hell yeah. Yeah, V will just text. Yeah, we're gonna pop in for a bit. See you there.
Awesome. Wear lots of white.
I'll think about it.
I thought about it. I'm not. See you there.
She'll wear a white t-shirt under a massive
Yeah.
black hoodie.
More like a
Perfect.
white shirt that I can dig out of the bottom of my cupboard. Sure. Why
Mm.
not?
Is there anything else before we travel to the Succubus Club?
Everyone should still have their bloodstones on them.
They-
A quick
Put
double
something
check of
in-
everyone's wards, which should be fine.
Yep.
And
Should I?
yes.
Because I've still got tender technically.
Yeah.
Should I message Mr. Hurricane and
Yes.
just like just a
Let's
general?
meet up.
Yeah, just that. Like, hey, want to talk? Let's meet up.
Hmm.
Just so that's out in the ether. So
Yeah,
at some
get that
stage,
started.
It's time to
he
be
knows because technically he is an anarch. Well, he's working with the anarchs.
He is
So
working
Yes.
with
if
the
we
anarchs.
need an in with the anarchs, and we need to talk to this motherfucker,
Because he's like in
Just-
between, because he's working for the Camarilla
he's a spy
and
for
as
the
an anarch.
anarchs.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a double agent.
Yeah. So we will
Yes, that
pretend
will
we
be
don't
sent
know
off.
that.
Yes, exactly. We'll pretend that I didn't get rid of all of the spyware he put on my phone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you'll get a simple response of like, yeah, middle of Succubus Club on the dance floor.
Lord.
It's
like
time
we'll
for
be-
performance roles, baby.
Also,
God.
again, very minor, very minor. Just be careful if Damien does see you with him.
Not going to
feel
flirt
bad.
with her.
He might flirt with you.
And that's like, okay, I'll shut it down, I guess.
We can deal with that problem when it potentially
I
comes
said
about.
it's minor. Something to keep aware of. Damien's a very proud man. We have the Hound talk. You'll be talking with Hurricane.
Yeah, I think Irene, you should do that while we're talking to Khadijah, because just keep them again. Like you said, I can distract. Like I'm distracting to Damien, so you should do your Hound talk in an official capacity.
Yeah.
That's the plan.
Good.
How are you hoping to check Khadijah? Because I need to pretend that I have been blood bonded, so I will not be able to act against her will or like do anything sketchy.
Plan was to ask questions, I guess. Usually I like to go through people's stuff, but she'll be there. It's a little rude to go through stuff.
Do you think that you could ask her up front?
Yes.
Just to be like, what information do you have? We're checking for leaks.
Yeah, I think she'd appreciate the upfront approach, and it
I'm
seems
thinking
to
of
work
doing
best with
the
her.
same thing.
Because remember when Felix had his heart in his hand,
Yes.
she appreciated the upfrontedness of he stole it from her.
I would very much like to do the same. I want to show as much genuine respect for her as possible.
From a respect thing. Yeah, got it. Fine,
I think that's it.
B will wear, instead of a black hoodie, she'll take that off and wear a blazer with a hoodie attached to it, but still white shirt. Don't like being seen.
This is out of character. Should I talk to Portia?
Go for it, mate.
If you'd like to.
I don't want to, but I also just want to be like, why you hurt my mom? What the fuck's with that? Leave her alone.
I don't.
And then she'll be like, here is the biggest dominate you've ever felt. And I'll just be like,
yeah, maybe not. Maybe not that good, perhaps.
I think I'll do like a friendly pass by. Probably just like a hi, Portia. Thanks. Gotta
Why
go.
not?
Yeah.
I appreciate you being
Yeah.
rude.
Thank you.
How's life? Forever alone. I hope it's good.
Oh,
or I could be like, hey, how's Valerie?
you could ask how our friend Valerie.
I was like, I saw Valerie the other day because technically,
Still alive, huh?
yeah. I might start just. I might have a short, very like, sorry, I have to go meet someone to get out of there, and do it around people so that she. Yeah.
Whatever works, eh?
Okay.
Might as well interact with
Luck
her.
to you.
Yeah.
If you need SOS, like you've got me on speed dial, right?
Yeah. I can't
Cool.
communicate with you about it in any real way.
No, I mean if you get, whisked off into a corridor or something,
true,
perhaps
true.
go
Yeah.
SOS help.
Yes. She blinked me to Atlanta. Please help.
Oh,
Okay.
boy.
Our kindred with her game plan
Yes.
make their way to the Succubus Club. Through the hive, through the traffic. Joseph, I'll need a composure drive because
Cool.
this is a
Oh,
Friday night. Chicago traffic is terrible and infuriating.
I'm wearing a cool like button-down shirt that has like the white geometric shapes through it. So
Very nice. Make those shapes really pop.
yeah, so that when we get there it's gonna look cool. Oh hell yeah. That is 4 successes.
You keep your cool by, you know, doing the usual, by blending into Chicago, by yelling, screaming, and swearing at
Yes.
people who cut you off and such. And
Composure.
keeping in with the line of
Yeah.
Chicago's general act of being.
You have to fit in to get through traffic, and it's like, did you
Exactly.
get your license out of cereal box, man?
Yeah, you do have to cut people off. You have to jump in. You have to yell at people to even get anywhere. Luckily, at the Succubus Club, as a Primogen, you have special parking spot just for you. That you
Oh,
can
hell yeah.
park in every time. And before I describe what's happening in the Succubus Club this night, we're going to take a break. Stick with us. It'll be 5 to 7 minutes. We will be right back for more Vampire the Masquerade, Chicago by Night. See you shortly. Welcome back from break. We are live yet again. So, let's get straight back into it. With our kindred arriving at the Succubus Club, there is. If you've been to one of those parties, you know this feeling where your rib cage itself is vibrating with the sound emanating from inside this club. It rocks every bone at the base so
Is that my
deep.
heart beating again? No. No, all good.
Ah,
And vibrates every bone in your body as you make your way through. There are flashing lights. There's a line again around the block in the snow. People dressed very fancily, shivering out in the cold with their occasional coat over them and making their way through. But they're still all lively as they occasionally shift in and shift out of this place. You guys make your way through the secret entrance to get inside to where it is packed with people. All this snow that's been brought in has melted and has sort of created this mix of sweat and water and heat that is humid and extremely uncomfortable. Luckily, as kindred, this doesn't bother you in the slightest. You do not need to breathe. You do not need to feel in any particular way. If you do go in here, you are going to have to blush of life because
Absolutely.
you will be rubbing up against bodies constantly because this place is full. There are people
Yep.
all over the place in variety of dress wear and shoes and all sorts of things that light up brightly with all these lights they've used to particularly make the whites show so well. People have...
I immediately go to full hunger as soon as we go.
Oh
into the
my
Oh,
god!
Lord.
You... does anyone have Bloodhound?
Yee-hee.
This place... How hungry are you?
2.
2. Luckily, you can keep sense of yourself, but there is such a vibrance in the air. Every person that passes you is bursting with different resonances, just taps of these things all around you. It is... This hasn't happened in a long time, and you can feel it now. It is in the air and in every person in front of you. Irene, you subconsciously tap into this as well. Your pupils dilate. You start looking at all these people with all this bare skin, all these hearts pumping, all these veins in front of you that would be so easy to just take and drink deep. But you keep control of yourself for now. The place is stocked. There's so many people everywhere. Drinks being served. People stumbling around drunk, making their way through the dance floor. DJs playing some track that you've probably heard 1,000 times since you've been here. And you make your way through. I imagine we're splitting up to talk to different people here.
I need to eat first.
Yeah.
8 first, yeah.
How would you like to approach feeding Irene in this particular scenario?
This is not that comfortable for her. She'd probably just look for a wallflower, somebody who seems to be observing and taking in things, considering things a little bit more deeply than the people who are getting absolutely shit-faced.
Yes, yes, yes.
Might even say on the edge or edgy, maybe.
I didn't say the word edgy.
They're on the edge of all of this, aren't they?
So are being treaded, perhaps.
Okay. As you're making your way through, you do find someone who's rugged up sort of in the corner. Their chin and their hands are dived into their coat. They're doing their best to make themselves completely unseen and sort of looking over to some people having some fun on the dance floor, but is by themselves in the corner looking down occasionally. Other people have instinctively moved away from them a little bit as well.
Okay. She'd probably approach and just sit down next to them and say something like, "Are you cold? It's quite warm in here with all these people."
The woman simply says, "No. Yes, no. I don't know."
Anything the matter?
I'm tired and this place is loud.
We can agree on that. I came here with some friends who didn't want to miss this party. The lights are kind of making me ill, to be honest.
Yeah, they're probably already over there mashing face with my friends.
Yeah, it seems to be the go tonight. I look around. Is there any sort of places that are kind of untouched by these dancing lights? Any corners or anything that?
The booths, sort of in the back, you would know that there is like that usual corner where you always go to speak to people. There's always a booth there that's empty.
Great. I sort of pointed out and go, do you want to maybe take a brief respite from all of this? All of this.
Charisma persuasion, please.
This is a
Sure.
human.
If you are being just kind about it,
Yeah,
or
she's
It's like kinship of like, yeah, this does suck.
yeah, because I think with her feeding type, it has to be like genuine kind of finding out like sort of where their beliefs lie and stuff. So I don't want to be just dominating them in this
yep.
case.
Charisma persuasion then.
Sure.
Do you get the -3?
Specialty would be in empathy.
Okay. -3.
Or your humanity.
Yeah,
Yeah.
true.
Any
I
interaction
was
with a
scary.
human because of your low
Absolutely.
humanity.
Sure. We'll give it a go. That is 3 successes
Three
on 3
successes.
dice.
Beautiful. Yes, you succeed. She
Okay.
nods and just says, "It's quiet over there." Yeah, sure. And she like tilts her glasses up and like huddles herself into her coat a bit further and sits down at the booth sort of nearby, sort of putting her straw through just ice that's left over from her drink, just clinking it around slowly.
Mm. As we're walking, I just sort of be like, so what do you do? What's your name?
Catherine, Olzelska. Catherine Olzelska.
Right.
I'm a librarian.
Zelskas? Interesting. Where do you come from?
Never really asked. I just moved here a long time ago. I don't really know.
Are you all right?
I'm fine. I'm just tired and I want to be left alone.
Why?
Isn't my place. None of these people are here for me or anything.
Did you just come along with them to be the person to drive them home or
I'm the
something
designated
like that?
driver, yes.
Yeah. I was brought here by a couple of my friends too. They seem to like these kinds of places.
I guess you're in the same boat as me then, huh?
Yeah. You said you're a librarian. Which library do you work at?
She gives one of the ones that's more on the south side, one of the more, run down, less visited.
It's community.
It's not in the
ones.
rich place. Yeah, it's community library.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
Do you like your job?
I love it. I love setting things into place and making sure everything's in order. People leave me alone. I can be alone with my thoughts.
Yeah, I do the same thing. Recently got into law enforcement, but they have me doing a lot of their paperwork.
I hear that is a lot of paperwork.
It's a lot, but it's very therapeutic and it's good for the organizational part of the mind.
I get that.
At this point, because I've sort of found something, like
Mhm.
triggered something in her, Irene would probably just be like, just stay still and use dominate,
Hmm.
and then kind of lean in and move like her scarf to the side and take a couple, I think.
Hmm.
2 points.
2 points of
2 points of
hunger
hunger.
from them. Yes. And as you taste this vitae of this young librarian, the glasses cuddled into the scarf, it's like drinking straight from how do I describe this? You drink straight from a tap of like the coldest ice water, but it's like refreshing. It feels like it cools your entire center, your entire being, as the melancholy just flows through you. This loneliness, this passivity, this abandonment that just fills your entire being. So for the rest of the night, you do have melancholy resonance within you.
Wonderful.
And
You need to make a hunger frenzy.
you do need
I
to make a
do.
hunger frenzy.
Oh, this could go very bad.
What do you
Come on. Yeah, I know you've got it under control, but also, what's Irene wearing?
She's just wearing like a white dress shirt and black pants.
Okay, so she doesn't look too priestly, so
God,
it's not
no.
like straight.
I'm not wearing like a collar or anything.
or like the black dresses that make you seem very religious, being like, I've gotten into law enforcement recently.
I got 4 successes on the
You
hunger
succeed.
frenzy check.
That's exactly what you need.
Yay!
Okay,
Actually, it's
great.
3. Sorry. It's 4 difficulty when you are at 5. You succeed. You manage to since it's so refreshing and cool and intense, you don't need as much of it. You might say get almost like a brain freeze from drinking all of that so much down that you tap out of that, lick the wound closed. She's sort of still dazed in euphoria of the most exciting thing that's happened to her in quite some time.
Yeah. I'll do a thing. I'll take a napkin from the table and I'll just say sort of she's probably like semi out of it, like hearing voices when you're in a coma or something.
Yeah.
But she'll just say if you're ever after anyone who's like minded, come see me because there's a few people here who are pretty lovely. And she writes down the address of the church and gives it to her on the
Yes.
napkin.
Good.
Very
Lord.
appropriate.
Mm.
And she takes it, nods, and sort of. She could be easily confused for someone who's drunk since she's so low on blood. She's sort of swaying safely, a bit lightheaded and such in this moment too. As you step away, more full, more in control, as you've sort of taken this place, this person, I suppose, for your own, and establish a sort of small domain within this huge area. While this is happening, V and Joseph, what are you two doing?
I imagine you're
Well-
going to Hurricane first.
I can do that.
And I will do a drive-by of hopefully Portia is near Annabelle, but a very quick howdy do to Portia.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
So
so scared.
both of you will be heading to the dance floor, but different sections of the dance floor. V, first of all, you head towards there. You don't know what the hurricane looks like.
Got no freaking
You got
clue.
no idea. And
I'm
as you
sure
sort
we
of
didn't have a profile photo.
making your way through, trying to, I imagine you're going to get into the vibe of the place and get into a
And
dance.
2 at least.
Yeah, let's get a performance dexterity, please.
Okay, dexterity I could do.
Yeah, baby.
This is- I have any
5
performance?
dice.
I
5
have no
dexterity.
performance. Yeah, I've got all dexterity, no performance.
Love it.
3 successes.
3 successes.
Possible bestial, if that.
No, 3 successes is all you need. As you're making yourself through, trying to act as casually as you can, you do impress a few people as you pass by, probably by accident, with your natural sway to the music.
Cat's grace and all.
Indeed. And as you make your way through, after some time, a man sort of bumps into you quite purposefully. You turn and he sort of catches you in this sort of dance between the two of you, closely in the middle of this floor. So everyone around you is sweaty, dancing between each other. There's a couple kissing really close to you that you sort of push away from. And you're caught in all this noise and all these people. The man you see next to you is probably looks like about your age. He's fairly young. He's got quite a well-groomed beard that's quite short. He's got shaved hair on the sides, except at the top it sort of flows down. And he's got these piercing yellow eyes that are sort of a yellowish green. And he wears sort of a black jacket over with white shirt underneath to sort of make it pop in this moment. As the two of you sort of dance amongst each other, he's looking at you with these yellow eyes, not unlike a when you flash a big like safari light on a bunch of lions, you can see their eyes sort of flicker back at you in those lights, like a predator. And he just observes you, looks you up and down, and he speaks to you over the sound of everything happening around you, just saying, "You lied on your profile."
Doesn't everyone?
Well, yeah, that's kind of the point.
What did I lie about?
Most of it. But
Yeah, because there's a thing called the fucking masquerade. You should look it up.
he gives a big roll of his eyes, gives a big sigh. Yeah, whatever. What's this about?
How do I approach this? That's a
Yeah.
We can cut to
That
Joseph
would
if
be
you'd like to
nuts.
think about it.
Knife him on the dance floor.
We can cut to Joseph.
Yeah, I'm not gonna knife him on the dance.
Shank him on the
That could
dance
make
floor.
things interesting.
Yeah.
What's this about? This. Step.
Yeah.
Would you like to think about it?
Yeah, I'll give it a sec.
We'll cut to Joseph in the meantime. On the other side of the dance floor, we sort of
Mhm.
make our way across all these bodies. You see Annabelle, this time not in a dress. She's wearing very tight jeans, high heels, and sort of this white casual top. She seems like the most casual you've ever seen her, but she fits right in with all these people. Perhaps looks like a single mum who's maybe a bit down.
I was about to
Yeah,
say,
it's
I'm
very
like,
that sort of vibe, or like
very much
Oh.
I don't want to say the word, the acronym I'm thinking of.
and but she fits right in.
Milk?
There's this serious. For fuck's sake. And god damn it. And there's this unnatural, supernatural presence around her that is attracting all these people to her. Next to her is Portia and Olivia, of course, who is here as well. Portia and Olivia are like occasionally chatting to each other, and Portia will twirl Olivia or something like that. And Annabelle's trying to just dance with anybody who gets closest enough to her. She gets their full attention, then she pushes them away and gets the next person.
I'll find the flow of people coming near Annabelle and I will loop myself in. I'll dance with her and literally just to have the joy of dancing with her because she's the Toreador Primogen who wouldn't want
Let's
to.
get a dexterity performance, please.
Oh,
How good is Joseph at dancing, huh?
I break her ankle.
Don't.
Step on her
do that.
toes. She's good. She's very
Yeah.
Of course
good.
she is.
Lovely.
She's been on Dancing with the Stars many times.
Different aliases.
Yeah, exactly.
That's pretty good actually. That's 3 successes.
That's quite good, actually. Yes, better than most of the people just here to hook up with someone or get a drink, like who are
Yeah.
just, drunkenly making their way through. You have grace about you, unlike most of
Yeah.
the people on the dance floor. And she sort of sees you there, grabs you, sort of moves her way into a twirl and sort of like leans into your arms and says, "Ah, Joseph, hello, welcome." She twirls herself
Yeah.
back up and,
Annabelle, my dear.
"How are you? So lovely to see you as always."
Yes, I'm having a ball. This is such a lovely party, and always a pleasure to see you as well.
I know, isn't it such a pleasure for everybody? I
Mm.
wish I could take claim to the idea, but it was Olivia's idea to have such new technologies introduced, and I think it's fantastic.
How fortunate she has someone to facilitate her ideas.
She is so wonderful, isn't she? Just,
Honestly.
oh,
We'll
absolutely.
do like
wonderful.
a twirl to get so that we both face Olivia for a moment. And
There's a
then,
pause between the two of you as you
Yeah.
both admire Olivia and then turn back.
What?
I could not believe.
God, imagine being Olivia in that moment. Like, imagine the
It's like-
DM for Olivia just being like, you see the Tremere and the Toreador Primogen
Primogen.
turn to look at you and you're,
They pause for a second
Yeah.
and then go back
and
to
then pull
dance.
back.
What are they saying?
And then Helena's like, "It's okay, dear."
Forget about it.
Forget about it.
Yes, and the two of you twirl back, and she says, "What brings such a wonderful coterie to my wonderful club? This isn't your usual scene, might I say?"
I'm away from the rest of the coterie. Yes, I do sometimes have to wrestle my coterie to have a fun night sometimes.
Oh, indeed, isn't that such
We're all
the way?
just throwing each other.
Under the bus all the time. This is a common occurrence.
Sometimes when we're solving all these problems in town, I just want to dance and be around people and see beautiful things.
Oh, most of the kindred of the city are such a pain to wrangle and wrestle into these sorts of occasions. And I bring so many wonderful people.
So
You can
many.
smell the resonance in the air. It is delicious.
Really. I just came to enjoy myself.
You have come to the right place, Primogen Joseph.
Yes. And your parties always are. If you were anywhere else, you'd be a fool. Primogen Annabelle. And because at some point she's been like shoving people away, I will facilitate her pushing me away and like
Very nice.
partners to hopefully get into a
Oh yeah. She plays right into that. She's like,
Yeah.
"You've had your time in the sun.
Yeah.
Time for you to go away. Now someone else can bask in my presence."
How dare I take just your attention? You have to
Mm.
share it with everyone.
Mhm.
Bye.
And you make your way through, shifting through. I imagine you approach Olivia and Portia.
Yeah, see if there's enough of a like a dance rhythm that like Olivia goes to Annabelle, I go to Portia so that we can stay together because I don't want to separate Portia from the group.
Olivia and
Nice.
Portia sort of like giggling together and talking to something, like pointing out someone in the crowd somewhere off elsewhere. And particularly look, it's like this handsome young man that Olivia's sort of looking at and is sort of like, "I don't know, should I?" Like, and Portia's like, "Of course you should. Of course you should.
Absolutely.
Darling, you're a Toreador. You can take whatever you want."
Mm.
"Oh, Joseph," she turns and sees
Yeah.
you. Olivia says, looks over at the boy again, looks back at
Hmm.
you. "Joseph,
It would
hello.
be-
How are you?"
A horrible shame for such a lovely, talented woman as yourself to deny yourself.
"That's what I've been saying. Olivia, you are a wonderful, beautiful, talented girl, and you should get someone who is worthy of you."
Yes. And if he's not, we'll still be here.
"Quite right." Olivia sort of gives a gentle nod and a smile. And I mean, if you let her, she's just going to vanish off into the crowd.
Yeah, Annabelle's still nearby, so
She is. Yep. Olivia sort of gives you both like the little and like makes her way across, still quite young.
yes.
And Portia sort of turns to you and says, "They grow up so fast, don't they?"
It was only yesterday that she just joined our group.
The flavor of the week just changes
Mm,
every day now, almost.
yes.
Oh.
Um, yes, and I'm looking forward to see what more flavors will be placed before us. I am gonna try and dance so that I can say certain things closer to her ear,
It's
but
not
still
a
be
problem.
able to move out of the way before she can dominate me in return. It's gonna
She
be
could
hard.
probably do that with
That's
just her voice.
difficult.
Theo.
I'm gonna try. What's important is I'm
La,
gonna
la, la, la.
try.
Yeah, okay. Let's give it a try. She's not one to turn down like a more sensual, close dance.
Yes.
Anyway.
And knowing who she is and who Joseph is out to the front, it's not unheard of for him to also do the same.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing I'll do as I get closer is be like, thank you very much, by the way, for all of for everything that you've done for me.
Of course, I can't have my favorite little Tremere not having exactly what they want, can I? Besides, it's been such fun.
There'll just be like more like idle chatter about just how things been. I heard that you have like a neonate party coming. I'm very interested to come along as a neonate myself.
It's very much a like raised eyebrows, looks you up and down. I think not.
You didn't get it.
If I remember correctly, she gives the exact amount of how many years old you are.
Yeah. He seems crestfallen. He's just like, well, I want to be as around where all the fun young people are, but I guess the years betray me.
You have more important things to attend to than a small party.
On the note of things I should be not worried about, is I saw Valerie the other night.
Yes.
How is she?
What a
I'm glad.
wonderful person she is. You might see her in the crowd somewhere, actually, having a good time.
I hope she's well. I'm glad that we could get her here.
She has never been in better hands than she is now. I'm so glad that she's with us.
If there's anything...
For those unaware,
yeah.
Valerie is a salubri that Coterie saved from a Tzimisce. Saved. From a Tzimisce a long time ago.
Yeah, and Valerie is a huge bitch.
She is awful.
But we thought she
So
was
true.
dead. We thought that Lil Miss Portia had eaten Valerie and we saw her again. So that's why. I think just an offer of like, if you need anything protected on her end, to make sure that the person I got into your care is safe. I have wards, etc., etc.
It is perfectly fine, Joseph. I have her under the best care you can imagine. She is having such a wonderful time with Olivia, too. The two of them party it up all the time and enjoy the nights like they were young again.
Is there anything that has caught your attention that I should be aware of? Said in a more party way, flamboyantly, but just is there anything you'd like me to be aware of?
Oh, darling, if there were the things that I could tell you, you would probably meet the sun or leave the city as soon as possible. And we don't want that, do we?
No, we certainly don't.
No, definitely not.
No. But I just wanted to come by and say thank you. We haven't spoken in a little while.
Well, things don't happen around here without my say-so, Joseph, so you can thank me for a lot more than just that. But I'll accept that for now.
I'm going to use multi-level bookkeeping. I'm going to use... I think I'm allowed to use Tally's law sheet, the first dot.
Is it okay?
Is it okay if I mention Eric Tho to her to be like, hey,
Oh yeah, from okay. So for those who don't know, Tally's law sheet allows first level. Tally's law sheet is Lasombra, not a who is a Lasombra, and Irene's sire allows you to ask the storyteller if something's a bad idea, and they have to answer honestly.
To basically be like, hey, so I know, and then
Portia, this does not could not care whether you know or not.
But more of like, I know, and can you not maybe kill my son? That's the issue of being like, hi, another request.
So this is the thing. Yes. Nobody makes requests of Portia. Portia makes requests of you, and you better get them done. So
also, don't mention that she's still alive. She might not know.
That's
and
the thing.
You don't want your torpored mother to get fucked.
Yeah, I want to be like, yeah, maybe word it to be like, I know you killed my sire, and I don't
look at
like
me,
it.
a new orphan.
Yeah. But if her just knowing doesn't phase her, that I know,
it's likely that she knows already what you're thinking.
Cool.
Perfect. You know, she has incredible abilities.
Yeah.
She read your mind last time as well.
Considering that their whole relationship has been like, hey, I found out. And she was like, I will just be like, I found out who killed my sire. And it aches my soul.
Such a shame that you've been freed from the burden of a sire.
He will do a 12, and just as he's about to leave, will be like, I loved her. And then he will peace out.
It's interesting. As you twirl her away from you, she spins off into the crowd. You turn, she's right in front of you. As you spin, and she grabs you and brings you into another twirl, except this time you're the one that she's twirling back and forth, leading the dance now and saying, it is such a shame, but, you know, things just have to happen the way that they do. Natural selection, and now you're free to do whatever you like and be your own person. I would say it's quite a blessing, isn't it? Isn't that what is her name? The one of your house that did these things freed themselves of all that?
Yes, I was freed when what happened. I was freed in 2001. She did not hold binding to me.
Is that right? That's what they all say, and then they ask you something that you can't resist.
I guess he's gonna have to argue with her now. He's just gonna be like, I have always had the option to refuse whatever she said.
Is that so?
The things I did for her, I did out of love.
Can you be sure of that, Joseph?
Positively. I know those who I love, and I know those who I do not. How fortunate that you fall onto the first list.
Oh, you really have no idea the things we can do you? How easy it is for me to tell you that all of this was but a trick and I am someone else, and you would just forget about it and believe it was the best thing ever. How easy it is for someone to tell you to do something and then you have to do it.
Yes, it is very easy for us to do that. How fortunate then that the two of us are similar in age and lack such powerful tools.
Absolutely.
As young neonates of the Camarilla of Chicago.
Isn't that right? So young, so full of life, not full of this voracious hunger that pulls at us each night, that can only be sated by the richest, darkest, oldest blood.
Stop projecting.
What do you mean projecting?
Yes, it is very fortunate to be young like that. And I guess, if you think about it, you did spare my sweet sire from that kind of suffering.
Well,
I keep trying to escape, by the way. So if she keeps like,
Oh, it is- it's
Cat
incredible
and
the
mouse.
way that you
Oh,
you twist out of it, move out of the way, and before you spin, she's behind you, she's in
Yeah,
front
yeah.
of you before
Yeah.
things can even happen, and
Mhm.
she is clearly not letting you get away from
Actually,
this dance.
I'm not trying to get away from her in a straight line. I think when he realizes he can't get out, he's doing circles around Annabelle and is actually trying to prompt that their dance looks better than her. If Annabelle keeps, if Portia keeps trying to cut me off, that looks
Do you
kind
have
of
the
cool.
means?
Just being around her means that Annabelle's going to be like, okay, you guys are actually physically dancing circles and we'll try to intervene. That's what his play is, but he will keep talking to her.
It's funny because Annabelle doesn't see either of you while this is happening.
Okay.
She's too busy with other things, but
Yeah.
when she directly has eye contact between you, it's like you're not even there.
Love that. Cool.
I think at this point, when Portia's just, well, you don't have to thank me, Joseph, but you have to live with it.
I want to thank you for the
Good.
help you gave me, not for what you did to my sweet sire.
Well, you'll be thanking me soon enough for that as well. But anyway, cut along now. You have many things to do. So many things
Yes.
to do that I might have told you to do. That you might be doing subconsciously or consciously.
Big freedom and then
Give
towards
my
Good
best,
luck.
Valerie, and I hope your party goes well.
It always does, Joseph. It always does.
He'll give a smile and hope to God he can go.
This time when you turn, she doesn't stop you. In fact, she
Okay, cool.
spins back and grabs Annabelle's hands. Annabelle sort of almost snaps out of a trance
Yeah.
and smiles when she sees Portia and the two of them dance. We
Vanish into the crowd.
we cut back to V at this point.
So, why do you call yourself Hurricane?
Seems like a cool name.
Fair, I call myself V, so I get it.
Like the movie?
Oh, like wasn't the original plan, but yeah, take it however you want.
I think it's cool or not in context with the film.
Okay. What's so interesting about me? I found the little thing you left on my phone.
Yeah, see, the thing was, you were pretty interesting to some of the Anarchs, and, well, times have changed now. That was a while ago.
Yeah. I may have fucked up royally.
Well, you had potential. Anita definitely saw that in you. I wasn't pushing for it, but she definitely saw something in you that I didn't. I guess she was wrong.
Yeah. Things happen.
No, I get it. Everything for survival, right? Whatever it takes. I've done some
Yeah.
bad things too. I don't hold it against you.
Okay. Appreciate the skill. You seem very good at what you do.
I have been for a long time.
So you're like a anarch spy of some sort. You keep tabs on Camarilla people. Is that what it is?
Figured you'd already know that. You and your coder
I
are
do, I
very
just
good
want-
at digging things up.
Just wanted confirmation.
Yeah. I have been giving them things, important things, but not much. There's a backdoor on every one of your technologies that I can access.
Well, that is fun to know.
Not much to be done
Maybe
about it.
Found anything interesting? Not, you don't have to tell me, because clearly.
There's a lot of interesting things that go on every night in this city. Not most of it not useful.
So do you side with them? Is that the thing? Posing as Cam, or are you just a middleman?
Pretty much that. Posing as Cam, working with the Anarchs, trying to keep all of us alive. But
Yeah.
the main reason why I contacted you is because your coterie has a real hard on for the Second Inquisition. And I like that.
That's some way of putting it, but yeah, we don't gel with them, and we've fucked them over a couple of times, and wish to continue that.
Yeah, I got the check when Gabriella put the stuff in the computer that you guys were looking into that stuff. And I want
Oh.
in.
Okay.
Anything you need.
What do you know about them?
I know that they're seriously fucked, and some of the stuff that they're doing is incredibly distasteful, to put it as the least, and that
Yeah.
even the slightest search on any of those engines of any kind will get you in a lot of trouble very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
There's mention of this blue serpent figure and some of these doctors that popped up on your searches as well, from what I saw. And
Yeah.
been tracking Blue Serpent for quite some time, trying to get them. But
Seems to be some level of the boss, at least for this area.
elusive and quite
Mhm.
formidable from what I hear as well. Never travels alone. Last I saw them was they were in a park somewhere, tracking some escaped someone or something or other.
Makes sense. We found an escaped lab-born a while back, but that was seems that they can't control their shit.
Why am I not surprised that it's something to do with your coterie? Right. Well, that was the last I heard of them.
Okay.
Otherwise, I've been trying to get a hold of them, but they've been pretty low key since one of their bases was destroyed.
Yeah. What a surprise. What a tragic time for them.
Don't tell me it was you guys as well.
It's we're good at what we do, and we've done it a lot.
Look, all this does is make me want to work with you more, if that puts it in a better light. Because I
Good.
look, I want to mess with these
Look, I've been-
guys and give them a black eye if I can. And Black Site 24 is what it needs to be. It's
That's
just
our
not,
next stop.
it's not just a black eye, that's a kick somewhere
Black
you don't want to
site?
kick.
Black Side is the next stop on our destroying Second Inquisition train.
Okay. Tell you what, if I hear anything about Blue Serpent or any movements, I'll let you know.
Cool.
But
And you was
I want any information on the Second Inquisition you've got.
anytime, dude. I've got a entire. Took a lot of photos. I'm a good photographer. Let's just say it's
Yeah.
something I did back in Cairo. It's something I'm doing here as well. All photos I have from any Second Inquisition stuff, I've got a lot, and I've got it in physical copy because you clearly find it very easy to hack shit.
Oh yeah, it's like I said, backdoor and everything. Everything's gone past me. They trust me. Like I said, I'm on your side because I want these Second Inquisition scum taken care of, or at least pushed
Good.
somewhere else.
I like the
Anarchs
permanent
get involved.
better.
Like, he might be our connective guy to
That's
the
what I'm
Anarchs.
trying to do.
Okay, cool. Sorry.
I'm getting- Like, and you also said you want to stop the bullshit that's happening between the Camarilla and the Anarchs.
I want to at least keep it civil. Nobody wants
Same.
either side taken care of, you know? Nobody
Yeah,
wants that.
And no one in their right mind doesn't, except there are a few that clearly do.
That's the problem.
That is the problem. We're currently working on trying to calm some things down and make sure no one else gets added to any lists and no one dies.
Yeah, the
and
list.
Start some fucking war.
Yeah, that's gonna be. If they find out who was behind it, that's what's gonna turn this real right around.
Yeah, you know a group of kindred leader Tim Roche?
Heard the name, but not familiar with the person. I'm familiar with anyone who's used my technology before, but those out of it got nothing.
Okay. Yeah, we need to get in contact with a few people just so we can keep things good. Tim Roche seems to be like a time bomb any moment now. If he finds out, one of his friends got killed recently by someone pretending to be the sheriff.
Yeah, that'll do it. Tell you what, he reaches into his pocket and he pulls out this small connector that has these little segments that he pushes in and pulls out, shows you how it works. It's like a small, flat, elongated USB stick, but it comes out of the side. He hands it to you and says, just stick that in any phone, it'll work with any of them. It gives me a direct link. 10 seconds.
Okay.
In, out, I've got it. Put that in Tim Rush's phone, I can get everything from it.
Well, if we are able to get back in contact with Tim Roche, I'll definitely do that.
Like I said,
Okay.
nobody wants this to happen.
No. Is there... Do you know if there's any way we can get in contact with Genghis? He's really sick at the moment, which I guess is all the time, but especially at the moment.
Elysium or any one of the dive bars. Otherwise, I got no fucking idea. That guy's everywhere and nowhere, and every phone I give him, he throws into the fucking trash.
Yeah, there's probably one at the Anarch bar at the moment.
Figures. It's probably 12.
Probably, actually.
Right. Well, I gotta get back because it's suspicious when I leave for too long. And I don't usually come
Okay.
down here, so...
Yeah, well, I've got photos anytime that's not in a nightclub. I can show you some of my knowledge, because
Yeah.
physical stuff is usually a lot more important. Well,
Yeah.
they try and hide it a lot more.
Keep me updated, please. I would really like to get these guys.
Good. I'm glad we can agree.
He nods. He just flicks his jacket slightly and then makes his way away from the dance floor. Irene, what are you doing in the meantime? As the others seem to be tangled in quite long conversations.
Yeah, if they're like chatting, I'll go and see if I can find Sierra anywhere.
Sierra is upstairs in one of the upper sort of balcony areas that overlook the dance floor below.
Thanks be to her, honestly. That's nice.
And is observing everyone down there making marks. And she seems to have a little one of those electronic notepads that she is struggling to use. But it is occasionally working for her. After she gives up for some time, puts it aside, pulls out a physical notepad and starts writing down through it.
Love her.
She's trying. I appreciate that.
Her blood is perhaps a little bit weaker than
Oh,
yours.
to have a low blood potency.
Irene, you just walk over and you're like, hi, you place your hand on top of the electronic notebook.
Back to basics.
She turns with her long black flowing hair. She's got this very elegant black dress that is connected by the neck, and it's underneath this sort of silver jeweled, like big choker that's covered in red and sort of green jewels. It sparkles in the light, and it's connected down into a dress that covers her left side of her leg, not her right, so she can still move around quite well across her legs, and has a lot of jewelry around her hands and such. And you can always hear it clinking as she like turns her head towards you with her dark flowing hair. Irene, how are you?
You didn't seem to get the dress code.
I never do, it seems. Someone always forgets to send it to me. How funny.
What a shame. How are you? I'm good, by the way. Busy.
Always busy. Yes, I'm
Indeed.
fine as well. Busy myself. Probably with different things, I assume.
What kinds of things are you busy with?
I'm marking down exactly what types of food everyone prefers and how I can use that. You are predictable as ever.
In what way?
Well, always going for the loner types, the ones in the corner, melancholy, But I can hardly use that against you, can I? You own that.
It's easier for me
Isn't that the
rather than
truth?
whatever that is. Gesture to Annabelle and fucking Olivia on the dance floor.
Olivia is like wrapped in this man's arms and is sinking her fangs into his neck, drinking
Yes.
the blood straight from him. In
I
this,
wonder what she's doing.
she's a lot more passionate than a lot of the others. There seems to be she's slowly drinking from this. No one else around her has noticed. Eyes averted and such. Sierra sort of notes that, marks down like different types of blood and such that she notices from people, and guesses at blood types as well from her observances.
Mm. How is life in this sphere? I must ask.
Terribly boring and terribly exciting all at the same time, I might
Yes.
say. Every night is a new drama to do with someone or something that is completely irrelevant to all of our jobs and our working lives. The city is such a frayed and cracked jewel. I'm disappointed. So much lack of direction, so much lack of focus. The prince should be a captain of a ship pointing us towards the future, but this prince is. He's set the course and let the ship go on autopilot.
Yeah, it's not really steering, it's true. And there is a crack that threatens to shatter this entire thing. It comes closer and closer, more dangerous every single night.
We've dealt with this many times before, with everything we've done, all the people we've talked to. Every sect has these problems. Can't escape them. But we can work with what we have. We can shape it and sharpen it and point it in the right direction.
There's no point in pointing out something's flaws when they already exist. It's like reminiscing on the past, it doesn't matter.
Well said. Better to sharpen and shape the jewel until it is refined. Better. Maybe a different color, different shape, but it is better, finer, worth more.
Do you have any ideas?
Well, I would cut out so much of this pointless.
What have you seen?
Well, too many Primogen.
More and more by the night.
I would keep 3 to be more efficient overall. Keep the main clans. I would remove Tremere, Banu Hakim. I would remove the Gangrel. They don't have a say in this. I would remove
Bruja.
the Bruja as well. I would just keep the Malkavians, the Nosferatu, and the Toreador. The Ventrue already have the Prince. They are basically a Primogen in themselves.
The Seneschal too.
Indeed. As they prefer. Keep those 3. Let the rest do what they will. The more powerful clans should stay in the top.
It's a very Western idea that you have to have ruling by number, by representation, rather than every clan gets a person, regardless of whether Rosa Hernandez is the only gangrel in the city or not.
I think it is foolish to give everyone such a voice. Only the ones who have power, can wield it, have proven that they've done so, and have the track record, should be allowed these places. Reliability, consistency, and the wielding of this power in this way. That's what it is about.
Yeah, she's better a hound than a Primogen, in my opinion, but
I agree.
and you probably feel the same as I, but more Primogen, the easier it is to make these cracks bigger.
The more
The
petty,
weaker they all are.
quite, the less a primogen means as a title, the more petty squabbles we get between all of them that waste our time evading the more prominent situations that we've been trying to avoid, that our clan has come here for.
Yes, indeed. I plan to make survival as easy as possible, as quickly as possible. To be honest, it seems to have become more and more difficult as these squabbles become more and more pronounced as the
Well,
months go on.
No one in this city, I think, wants to survive with the way that they act, the way that they ignore things, the way that nothing happens. It's foolish. The knife needs to be sharpened, or it needs to cut all the hands that are trying to take it.
Yes, and on my side of things, a sect war becomes more and more imminent night by night. You've probably noticed the same thing.
And perhaps that's what this city needs, a dire wake up with fire and fury as a reminder of what happens when you lose control of the ship. She takes a breath in, she takes a breath out, even though she doesn't need to. I am
Oh yeah,
dying for a cigarette. I am so pent up. My apologies, Irene. I feel like I can be
It's-
myself in front of you, and I kind of let that go sometimes.
It's fine. I feel the same about the things that I've seen.
I just want to scream at these Ventrue for all this foolishness. They're so weak.
They talk amongst themselves quite a lot and are too scared to talk openly about the things that they see,
They have
which
more.
is all the problem.
They have more stocks than they have sense.
Indeed. Stocks in themselves and not enough sense to go around, especially when the court is getting bigger and bigger.
Things
Constantly.
actually happened when we saw you cut off those Thin Blood's heads. People actually got themselves straight, got themselves organized. Perhaps your Iron Fist will be a great help in these coming nights.
Well, it was good to see a court work the way it's supposed to, for once.
Quite.
Perhaps if things come to a head, then we will be forced to act as more of a unit than what we have been up until this point.
And as we've done in the past,
And then the frayed edges of this whole thing will become clear. You know, the Bruja Primogen will likely not do anything. The Gango Primogen will likely not do very much. And those with proper influence will make themselves known.
quite, they will fall in line because that's what they've always done. If they still want to be part of the Camarilla Jewel, then that is what they'll do. Or they will not be part of it. They'll be left behind as we evolve and survive and thrive.
That's right. Dire Straits have a way of wheedling out the elements that don't deserve the positions that they currently have.
I agree. Some good news as well. Congratulations, by the way.
What?
Well, for one, on your houndship, but two, for finally shedding the fat.
I'm doing a lot of that. You're going to have to be more specific.
The prince has officially dissolved your coterie. You're no longer a part of a coterie together.
Oh, really?
Quite. I'm surprised he hasn't told you yet.
No. I'm normally the last to find out about these things, if at all.
Of course. I'm sure he'll tell you tonight.
I'm sure he will. When he deems it appropriate and dramatically apt, I suppose.
When he remembers that he needs to steer the ship sometimes to avoid catastrophe.
When he's finished speaking with the Seneschal, yes.
Who knows when that could be?
Well,
Might
thank
not-
you for mentally preparing me for that.
Well, best of luck. You don't need to adhere to anything from them anymore.
No. Working with a a group in this way is something very different.
I can feel it too. Not the same. So disorganized, so... I don't know what anyone's thinking. I don't feel it. Doesn't feel
Yeah.
right.
I'm the same. It's not the way things are. You should go outside for that cigarette.
You're right. Thank you. Best of luck tonight.
Thank you. Yes. Thanks again for telling me.
Of course. She stands up, bids you adieu, makes her way outside. After a while, the group regroups here. This particular banister overlooking the dance floor. Still quite loud. Nobody else is around. You're alone.
Let everyone
the-
go.
The prince is dissolving our coterie.
Sorry, what?
Interesting.
The prince is dissolving. We're not to be a coterie anymore.
That reads like shooting himself in the foot, but I'm sure that there's reasoning behind it.
We've been upholding
Wait.
this entire city for months. I don't know why he's doing it.
Hope we get to keep our home.
I'm sure you will.
If I have any say in it, you're all still welcome. I didn't have that hot tub installed for fun.
Luckily, you didn't have to pay for it.
Yes.
I don't think you could have.
In complete transparency, if he dissolves the coterie, I'm going to request a coterie.
Why?
We need to keep the front if our coterie dissolves. I need to find out what his reasoning is. If he dissolves our coterie, the Anarchs may see it as an utter crumbling of the Camarilla and they'll strike. We're the only reason the Camarilla is standing.
Well, I don't know if everyone sees it that way.
I think only we do.
And that's
we are
why.
correct, but
I
everyone's a bit
guess
too proud for that.
we can still work together, and I would like to still work together.
Yeah,
I don't think we'll have a
think
choice.
we work better as a team.
We will see. Let's go and talk to the prince because
Who told
working
you
on
this? Did the prince tell you this?
No, Sierra told me.
Oh,
right.
could it be like a farce? Like he's let's
We'll
find
find
out what his
We'll
reasoning
get
are.
the actual facts. How is Hurricane?
I really wanted to hate him, but he really wants like I totally get where he's coming from, and he wants to help with Blacksite. He wants to keep the peace between the Camarilla and the Anarchs, and he wants to screw over Black and get rid of the Second Inquisition in Chicago.
Well, if he
And is
wants
willing
that,
to help us.
the more the merrier.
Oh yeah, I am glad that we have someone else to help us with that. Also,
If he can loop the Anarchs in so that we all fight against a common enemy, that would definitely help.
yeah, we'll work to that. But he did give me a. She pulls out the technology piece, moves it very far away, puts it back into a pocket. Apparently, if I get this onto Roche's phone, he can have all the information. Which, yeah, it's his own people. It should be fine. It's not any Camarilla thing. So.
Yep.
He also seems to have a backdoor into anything everywhere. Like he already knew
That's
about
technology.
what Gabriella had, which
Amazing.
Yeah, it's good, and yeah, definitely think we could use them. It'd be helpful, and he seems okay.
We'll see, but good to know that we have at least one person on the Anarchs side who doesn't just despise us. At least we have a common enemy.
Well, yeah, that's the best thing about the Inquisition, right?
We just need to
Brings
common
everyone
enemy
together.
the entire Anarch side at this point.
Well,
We need
How
to
about
talk to
Portia? Does she want
Oh.
to join the fight against the Inquisition?
Oh, you talked to.
Portia thought she was doing me a favor by removing Eric, though.
Ah,
I can see why she would think that.
to a lot of kindred, it is a favor. Like I don't.
Especially the
You've got a
ones.
rare occasion
Hmm.
there.
Yes. But she is as lovely as ever and has her party coming up that I'm not invited to, even though I'm in Neonate.
Well, I still have to go to that. I should probably go to that.
We can always
What?
put Irene's
Fill my
ring on you or
pockets?
something before doing
No.
it.
I don't think we should take it off Irene.
No,
again.
it was more of a joke of what to be expected from the party.
Oh god, am I gonna get? Oh, I'm
Almost
Inevitably,
all of them.
so
Yes.
spiked to the punch as well.
A single performance.
the
could-
punch has been spiked.
Yes. You will just be drinking more spiked punch that you've been drinking for months.
Yep. Okay. Hopefully it's quick. And good
For all we
together.
know, it's already happened, as she said. So
Maybe she just wants to have some kind of Greekian orgy with all of you.
'cause if there's one thing that's true, she prefers older blood. As expected.
Well, yeah.
Okay, let's go see the prince.
Greekian orgy.
She is Helen of Troy, man.
Just the look of you trying to keep your face straight as you say that. Anyway, our group now of kindred make their way towards the prince's office, where he is currently having a discussion with the seneschal. But as soon as you knock in and make your way inside, Damien lets you all in. He gives you a little wave V on the sly. And as you come inside, he says, Seneschal, we'll continue this discussion later because the people of the hour have arrived. Fellow kindred, come inside.
Thank you.
Today marks a monumentous occasion, as with all the wonderful you've all done with the city for all of us. I would like to thank you and give you the news that I am dissolving this coterie that I've founded you all within. That does not mean you can't continue to work together or do anything you wish, but you are not beholden to the laws that you are judged together and such. You are considered true kindred in this city. And, well, usually we do the trials for all this, but I think we've had enough of that for now. So congratulations to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm glad we could prove ourselves.
Well, you'll still have to stay together for a little while as I organize some unique homes for Miss V and Miss Irene. Of course. Any preferences?
You're still welcome to stay with me, but we can discuss later, of course.
Something modest and without any of the things that can go wrong. I'm sure you understand.
South
That is
side
the-
by the beach.
Yes. Perfect.
Wonderful. And V, any preference?
Somewhere inconspicuous.
South side by the university. Or perhaps a university place there. Up to
Student
the-
accommodation.
Yes, up to the east side there is student accommodation that we can book you in permanently for.
Perhaps. Yeah.
Have a think about it.
Thanks.
I can also show you some other locales that I have at work so that you can pick a part of the city. I'm more familiar with the city. We can find somewhere fitting for you both.
Yeah.
It will take a bit of time for me to procure these places, so please stay together for now so that I know where to reach you.
Will this interfere with the investigation going on?
Before he answers that, go ahead, V.
I was gonna say, can I do some sort of insight check to see if
Yeah,
this is
you
a
can-
performance for the other
Wits
people in the room? or not?
Insight.
Lovely.
Take a dot.
And another.
Another
Ah,
specialty.
shit, I dropped one already. I don't have a special. Right.
Specialty would be motives
Oh,
or emotions if you have it.
no. I'm gonna rouse because I want this to be good.
Mm-hmm. I don't imagine anyone has any lore sheets to help them in this particular scenario.
Only the Crush the Dreams of Life one. But I'm not trying to crush the Prince's dreams this time.
You will not.
Oof.
You will not dissolve this coterie.
Yeah. That'll
It's
be at the
5?
end of the chronicle.
5 successes.
Good willpower if I should I willpower?
It's up to you.
Why
if
not?
you'd like to.
Yeah,
Up
okay.
to you.
Willpowering it is.
What's going on with Princey?
Yeah, what's going on, mate? Okay, that's now 6 successes.
6 successes. Anything anyone else would like to do in this particular scenario?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
No. Just vibing with the
Mm.
fact that I'm not beholden to the actions of the other members of
Yes.
my coterie anymore.
There is a very interesting feeling you get from this V with 6 successes that his usual twang
Mm.
is not quite there. And the words that he picks aren't his words. This is not how the prince would usually speak. Something is
Can I-
off about this.
Ooh, see, you know that. I do not.
You can communicate in cryptolect.
Yeah.
Cryptolect.
Yeah, just be like something's off.
Yeah, as like when he starts speaking in she'll just be like, this isn't the prince's words.
And then I will immediately stride the soul on the prince.
Okay.
Oh, Lord.
It's the beautiful thing about Auspex is that it is a subtle
Yeah.
skill.
Thank
Put
God
on
for that.
rouse.
Mm-hmm.
Get that crit on deck, please, Irene, just in case.
You want my crit?
Not yet. Just keep it. Whoa.
So, one
Keep
round
it warm.
check, composure plus subterfuge for them.
Yeah.
Quite composed. Quite subterfugey.
And it
Subterfuged.
is Intelligence.
Subterfuge.
Subterfuged.
I don't know what's wrong with me in my dice rolls. But like I am cursed or something.
I always am like this when I'm DMing.
I don't know what it is. I need like a huge dice pool to get an average amount of successes.
Willpower, because there's not any 10s in here.
He is a Ventru, so this is more difficult as well.
Just because I feel like this is important, I will use a special willpower.
Hey, there we go. Using those special willpowers. They're sitting
Love
there
it.
waiting to be used. Thank you to everybody who gives us special willpower.
Thank you, thank you.
Irene, you're gonna have to do this thing.
Okay, messy crit bestowed upon thee. There you go.
Becomes a messy critical. Irene, since you're bestowing the messy critical, will you bestow a D10 roll for me, please?
I can bestow a D10.
I think it's fun if you roll it. You're sort of
Mm.
bestowing this energy as your burning eyes sort of burn into the back of Joseph's skull
Yeah,
in this moment.
I got a 9. On
A
the D10.
9 is paranoia. Joseph, you're
Fair
going to
enough.
take a paranoia compulsion.
Yeah.
Very tastefully appropriate.
Hunter and hunted a vampire always needs to keep their eyes and ears peeled for trouble. This compulsion that need flares into full-blown paranoia as the hunger reminds the blood of its vulnerability. The vampire tries to disengage from any perceived threat, suspecting anyone and anything. Any immediate action not taken towards that immediate end incurs a 2 dice penalty. It ends when you've spent roughly an hour in a safe spot. In a social setting, the vampire treats everyone with suspicion, trying to get out of any and all engagements.
Cool. I got 10 with the messy crit.
10 with a messy critical. You beat
Damn.
him by 2 successes. So in that case, you can figure out 2 things.
And a secret. Okie doke.
It'll be 1 thing and a secret.
Mhm.
One thing and a secret?
Yeah, because that is technically part of the list as well.
Sad.
And a reminder, these things don't necessarily have to be part of the list. They can be sort of
Yes.
in that ballpark.
It will probably be like a similar where it's like, is the subject under the influence of blood sorcery or other magic? I want to be like, is there like a dominate or like a blood bond? Like what
You
the
can't
influence?
you
of
can't tell
Dominate.
dominate through that particular ability, but you can tell
Yeah.
blood sorcery and magic.
Okay, I don't want to waste my one fucking question being like, is blood sorcery? No.
Has the
God.
prince diablerized anyone? Surely not.
Did get that thing that was like, oh, here the prince is diabolizing all these people. That was
Give
always-
us the
Exactly.
Prince.
Or you could ask for blood sorcery, or all the questions are
Immersion.
interesting.
Um,
Can ask
Mm.
our fellow kindred what they want to know as well.
yeah, because we get a little secret thing. Can I
Mhm.
get the secret first and then go?
Sure, you don't have to get them in any particular order.
Yeah.
The secret is that the prince's words are clearly coming from someone else, and well, I suppose that implies exactly what you think, that the prince is under some kind of domination or something else.
Okay.
Check for blood sorcery.
It's the only other one to really check. So, are they under the effects of blood sorcery or other magic?
Yes, they are.
Is it possible to identify what, or is it literally
Not
just
without
are
seeing
they?
it.
I have
If
sent
it's-
unseen as a
Unseen?
passive ability.
if it's a ward, you can see
Yeah.
it, but otherwise, no. You'd have to
ooh,
actually see the ritual where it was performed or where the thing was done, which could be anywhere.
I have a question for my fellow players. Should I do big Princess Warlock move and be like, this conversation does not continue because he is under the effects of foreign blood sorcery?
Mhm.
I can tell.
Absolutely.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it. I
Mhm.
just go, I appreciate the action and I respect your call. But this conversation cannot continue because Prince Jackson, whether you're aware of it or not, you are under the effects of a foreign blood sorcery.
What's very interesting is that as you say these words, Portia steps out from behind you, and like instantly she just appears and says, Joseph.
Yes.
All of you see this as she just appears in the middle of nowhere. Everybody reacts like Damien starts to fight. She just goes, stop, everybody calm down. Damien freezes in place. The prince is paralyzed. Joseph.
Yes.
Let's again be very clear about all of this. I hate having to explain this, but it is such fun to have one person who's aware of everything going on. Shush. If you want to try and resist her dominate, you can. As
What are
she-
you
I
talking
might as well.
about?
Like, there's no point, but I might.
Very
Oh,
true,
true.
Irene. She says shush towards both of you, and it
what
just
are you talking
Oh.
about?
But
Oh my god!
I need to look up something.
Joseph starts sweating blood.
Oh.
I'm just doing my job, bro. I'm the Princess Warlock. Please.
It is my job.
I'm really good at finding stuff. Stop putting stuff where it's easily found. Oh boy.
This bitch can't get
I'm
moved.
so scared. I do love that I'm just a thorn in this woman's side. Walking to me, it keeps finding all my shit.
I will need you to make a check for me. It is going to be
Oops.
Irene. It's going to be resolve
Mm-hmm.
and intelligence.
Oh.
What is this? A scrying the soul thing?
No, this is a blood
Okay.
sorcery ability.
Greatness.
Ugh.
Oh, hate that.
Oh, it might be like movement of the mind or something.
A little bit of a warning for everybody. This will be a little bit gory from the description that I give
No!
of how she does this. It's
Irene,
on herself,
I've-
to be clear, what she does.
Lord
mind.
I mean,
above.
I don't even know why I'm rolling against this girl. I'm gonna spend a willpower.
want to banner hook him willpower?
Sure.
Use one
You're
willpower, and then
frozen.
if it doesn't work, I can still look at someone
Oh,
while
okay, cool.
frozen.
True.
I
Very true.
actually I got
Fill it
a
through my
success on all of my dice, so I don't need a banner hacking willpower.
Okay.
A crit as well. 4,
Ooh.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
Ow.
She does.
I don't think I
She beats you with
can win
11.
against her. Yeah.
Ooh.
Not my best roll.
She sort of leans back, and as she does so, again, this is going to be a little bit gory. I won't describe it too much. She pulls into her arm and actually takes out the veins and some of the tendons, and as she
Ooh.
hoists them up like a puppet, a marionette, you are hoisted up off the ground, and she kind of dangles it slightly, and it holds you there. She pulls a little bit, your right arm gets pulled back a little bit. You're held in place as she does so. Now,
This is
isn't
fine.
this quite fun?
Can I talk?
You can talk. She hasn't dominated you at all. Nobody else in the room, however.
I guess I'll just fuck it. He'll be like, oh, movement of the mind.
What do you
Is it?
want?
With your knowledge in blood sorcery, this is a thaumaturgy that you've never seen. It's not movement of the mind, actually.
Oh, okay.
Something else.
He'll be like, oh, what's that?
Something that is a bit out of your time, darling. I think they dissolved that when whatever her name was split it apart.
Ah.
What do you want?
I want this to continue. Without that little comment that my lovely Joseph has made. That's all.
Why?
Because it's fun. And it's better this way. I've been in charge of the city for so long. It's been going so well. And I hate it when my plans are interrupted with. Can't we all just be quiet and keep our mouths shut about these things? And to be clear, I haven't done anything with him. I haven't told him anything what to do. If that's what you're asking.
What blood sorcery is he under?
That's just so that I can do, well, things such as this. And she sort of dangles Irene a little bit more off the ground, marionettes a little bit.
Seems very helpful.
It is. And she lets go. Irene, you have full control of yourself as she sort of lets her fangs come out and heals the wound over her arm very quickly, almost instantly. It crawls back up.
Might need to have a bite to eat after that.
Oh, I'm thinking the same thing. How strange you are. I really cannot affect you, can
Strange indeed.
I? This will be fun. I'm quite looking forward to working with you further.
But what does dissolving our coterie change?
I didn't do that. I love watching you all work together. Such hard workers.
Oh, so it's the blood sorcery, not the actions.
Someone else is doing something to him. I wouldn't know. Are we quite done? I'm missing the party.
Feel free to rejoin it.
Thank you. Since you technically don't have the highest dice pool, but I'll let you roll it for these people.
Sure, why not?
To resist.
Dice have been so lovely to me.
Yeah, so when someone does a mass dominate, it's the highest person who has the best dice pool to resist it that rolls it. So in this case, it would be the prince. So you can roll. It is. Sorry, so this is mass, and it is forgetful mind. He's going to do intelligence resolve, which for him.
And he's got his fortitude. Come on,
he's
Jackson.
got 4 fortitude as
Come
well.
on, mate.
Jackson.
Intelligence resolve 8.
I really want
12 dice.
How
Oh,
fucking
dice.
cool would it be
What's
if
his
you did
hunger
that?
at?
What is his hunger at? 3 at this current moment.
Oh, so same as me.
Come on.
He
Come
gets.
on, Prince Jackson, let's go, baby.
He gets.
0-6.
He gets
I've been rolling
one
shit.
dice power bonus. That's it.
Okay.
Same.
He's only a bubby.
He's younger than me.
Yeah.
He is young.
Well, Bappy. Not even the seneschal.
Can I give him a better hook and willpower?
You
Or is that just a coterie thing?
You already gave
technically,
it to Irene.
yeah. I think you already gave it to
I
Irene.
didn't give
didn't
it to Irene.
No, you
She
didn't give it to me.
Oh,
use it at
right.
the end.
Yeah.
Technically, it's just in the coterie, but if you want to,
So technically, it's
'Cause I've got
useless now
6,
because
and
we're
I would
not
like
in a
to-
coterie.
The prince becomes.
Oh, yeah.
part
Yeah,
of
she's
the
got-
group.
Lose our merits.
she has 14.
Oh, mate.
Come on.
Go, Prince Jackson. Quadruple crit, my man.
Okay, we've got a crit. We got 1 crit.
I
Mhm.
should have used my messy crit for Prince Jackson, not this.
10. I got
Yeah, she
10.
gets
I'm
14.
so close.
Everyone except for Joseph and Irene, she says, you had a wonderful discussion. You never realized that something was strange. Something was definitely up with the prince, but it was probably some other ability of some kind, and the night was very good, and I was never here. And as she sort of steps beside the two of you, she steps past V and Joseph as everyone's sort of getting out of this. And Joseph, she actually puts her hand across your shoulder and brushes her hand all the way across your chest, taps you on the shoulder, says, best of luck with it.
Does she do blood sorcery on me with that?
She does not.
Okay.
But if
Thought she was
not that you
applying
could,
whatever the fuck that thing was.
No.
Okay, cool. Because it seems
You-
like a physical thing, and I'm just like,
Not necessarily, but no. If she wanted to, she
that
doesn't
would be
need
like
to.
a contest. Or
She
something.
probably doesn't even need to. In
Yeah. At this
A lot of
point, the
ways.
amount of control she has isn't in actual discipline control. over.
so that entire scene, nobody remembers except for Irene and Joseph.
Woo! There's just a
Phoebe, do
knowing
your
look.
best to
Stub
stub that out of your brain.
Just a been dealing with this for a little while now. And then we'll look back at the prince and be like, so he just dissolved the coterie. And I
Yes.
said, cool, sounds good. Is there anything else that you want to talk to us in that case about? Our group, not our coterie.
No, that was it. Just the dissolving of the coterie.
So in the room is the seneschal, the hounds, and the prince.
Yes.
Cool. And the sector is public knowledge enough.
Everyone's tense and they would know about it,
Yeah.
yes.
I just want to quickly mention that Damien is aware of it. Thin Blood was killed, framing Damien for it. I need you to know that if they're being used as a token in this, I have all of the Camarillas' Thin Bloods, and if they're under my protection, then they can't be used as a threat.
And you're not worried that they might try and overthrow you?
Overthrow me? No.
Inwards?
They can try.
I think you're on good terms with
I'm
them.
a little too good at what I do for them to overthrow me.
That's what I like to hear. Although I do like the way our hound put it a bit more.
Yes, but someone is trying to frame Damien and spark things, and I don't think that they are related to either side. There is an independent work against this.
Yes, Damien was kind enough to tell me that earlier, and I have given him no such orders to kill a Thin Blood of any kind. I'm aware that they're under your control
Mhm.
and that they're under your jurisdiction.
Yes.
So that is your turf and not mine, nor
Mm.
my people. Damien,
Not ours either.
Damien wouldn't hurt a fly unless it was within his jurisdiction or my orders. Is that right, Damien? Damien gives a nod.
Mhm.
I've received no such orders.
And I
from the
know
Prince
that.
or any of the Camarilla.
I know that. You know that. Everyone here knows that. The Anarchs will take any quarter.
Then we must do our best to prove that it wasn't us.
Exactly.
Irene, you may call upon the hounds if you require their services. Damien must not get involved in this, as it looks a bit strange.
Makes sense.
And if you require anything else, just let me know. Last thing any of us want is fight.
Indeed. We'll try to avoid that. I'm sure it'll be fine if we figure it out, which we always do. So,
Well, as you were then, thank you so much for coming and meeting with me.
Of course. Thank you.
Of course.
He resumes his discussion with the Seneschal as all of you make your leave.
He was under
Off.
something. Yeah. That's weren't his words. Well, the
Something's
rest of it
going
was,
on.
but not the main course.
Yes. It's those abilities are so subtle that it's hard to find out where the cause might be. The issue being that he is so young, it makes it easier. But there's no way to find out who it is straight away.
It's not easy to just go, haha, it was this person all along.
Yes, especially with those abilities, because if someone has great skill in it, they can do it over the phone.
Oh god.
Yes.
So that doesn't rule out. Well, yeah, that doesn't rule out
Yeah.
anyone.
Exactly. So it's something that we need to look into, because that the fact that the prince has been affected means that the camera has been puppeted by someone else.
We're already weakening as it is. To
Huh.
dissolve us is putting the Camarilla at its weakest.
Mm-hmm. People are already trying to find issue with Jackson as it is.
Do you think we should play along with the we've been dissolved, we're no longer a coterie thing?
We actually don't have a say in that.
we have
But
to.
We're going to work together still,
We're working
right?
together as a group, but we aren't bound by the coterie laws of the issues of the coterie or the issues of the one.
Yeah, which I'm sure you two are very happy to do that.
I immediately text Felix. We're not a coterie anymore.
Party face,
Oh.
party face, party face.
Feel free to leave
Love
the
heart, love
country.
heart, love heart. We are a coterie, we are a coterie.
Oh,
Is there any more business in the Succubus Club, or are we leaving?
You want to still talk to the hounds? And do you want to still talk to Khadijah?
We
That's
should
good.
speak to Khadijah.
I will grab Alexa aside and just mention it.
V, would you like to talk to Khadijah alone? I think I just need some
Look, if
fresh air.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. I'll do that then.
There's a lot going on. There's a little too many minor factors going on that I think I'm getting tangled in. So I just need some time to sort it out.
Okay.
I'll be outside.
Irene, you and Alexa have a brief time just outside the offices. She sort of stands there, crosses her arms, and just looks at you. What is this about?
What we were talking about in the prince's office, the framing of the sheriff on that attack. I'm sure you're in the same boat as me. You don't want the conflict between our sect and theirs to escalate any more than it probably has, so we should probably deal with this as soon as we can.
Quite. It's bad for business.
Yes, it's a distraction from more important things. I agree. I can't very well get in touch with Gabriella, but I know she is very good at tracking people's technology, telephones, things like that. We should probably let her know about what's happened so she can look into things on that end.
It's possible she already knows.
It's likely. I just want to find out who's done this. So we tried talking to Tim Roche last night and didn't go well. So I can either try again myself or we can try a different angle.
I assume yes. Well, I'll see if I can get some street camera recordings or something, perhaps. From Gabriella.
Sounds good. In the meantime, I'll keep an ear to the ground as I have been doing and see if I hear anything in the area or around while I'm out and about.
Get one of your friends to message us. Like, it's difficult to get into contact with you.
Yes, I will. If it is a lot more apt with that kind of thing.
Yes. As you sort of turn to leave her, she just simply says, "Oh, and Irene."
Yes.
In this matter and future matters, I do expect to see that ruthlessness used again, like last time.
That's that's the way I've been doing things for a very long time, Alexa. I can't help but do it that way.
I appreciate it. And I can respect it.
I can see that you do. I'll turn around and leave.
V, in the meantime, Khadijah's down in her office, downstairs. You sort of knock on the door and are not blasted by the amount of abilities that have been pasted upon this door after the last time.
Hallelujah.
Your name has been excluded from has been included in these things so that you are free to pass through.
I love my provision.
Approach, you hear from the other side. And as soon as you enter Khadijah's, she sort of sits up and leans forward onto her desk and says, V, please close the door and have a seat.
How you doing?
I'm doing just fine. Business as usual. She has that.
Anything I can help you with?
Well, not quite. It's all just political maneuvering and such, and I know your specialties lie elsewhere. Depends if you want.
If you need things tracked down or killed, I can do that.
Well, perhaps in the future I will. How good are you at killing?
Let's just say I've made a name for myself. But why I didn't really wish for that to be the case. It's the case.
Do you have any conflicting feelings about killing someone in the Camarilla?
Not if they deserve it.
Right, you require a motive.
Usually, I don't. Really depends on who it is, in the sense of
Mr. Martinez needs to go.
why you want to call a hit on someone.
Not just yet. Would a satisfactory reward be better or equivalent to a good reason?
Really depends on the person. I've got quite a few friends in the Camarilla.
It's good to know.
If I have to kill a friend, that would be bad.
Not many friends these nights.
Well, it's good to make friends. That way, less people want you dead.
And if I were to ask you, not as a primogen, but as of one of our clan, the benefit of our clan, to take someone out.
Again, I'd like a little more information before I take on such a job.
That says volumes. But satisfactory answer.
We're not mindless killers. We always do something with a reason.
Quite. Well said. Always with a good reason. Is there something you came here for, V? My apologies, I don't
Yes.
like to usually begin with a shakedown, as they say here.
No. I like how very blunt and to the point you are, and I wish to also be so in your presence. There have been a few. Someone's trying to dethrone Prince Jackson.
Who isn't these nights?
Someone who used to be a prince here ages ago, but ran away and is now coming back to claw his way back to the top. Does that ring any bells to you?
Do you speak of... What was that prince's name? The one who was a prince for only a few nights before they left. Prince Jackson took it. I do not remember. That one, or do you speak of Loden? Dead from the war, from what I hear. Not that another
Not
venture's
Loden.
death matters.
I believe his name was Maxwell. So perhaps the temporary prince, the substitute prince.
I've only been here a few years, V. I've been in Cairo the rest of my life dealing with political matters there of our clan. I would not know the first thing about any of the princes here in America, or what they do with things. It's all very frivolous and lacking order and structure, and discipline.
Probs don't need an insight check to tell that she's probably being very
There is a cold
reasonable.
harshness to her that is like,
like she ain't bullshit and she's
yeah.
just
I think
She's
she
focused
has
on
the
the quest.
capacity
She
to
would-
bullshit.
she would very likely tell you, "I'm going to cut your throat open now," before she does.
Yeah.
Give you the benefit of the doubt that this is what happened before you die.
And you know she's been very honest with you, specifically as you've been clanmates as well. Strength and unity and all that.
yes. It looks like he's riling up people within the Camarilla here, and some group of nihilists, the people on our list, the Blood Hunt list, and he's trying to use them to overthrow Prince Jackson. I'm just making sure that you are on the right side of this all.
And
Gotta do my job.
what do they propose with all of this? Because if this is a proposition that does not benefit us, does not interest me. At the moment, Prince Jackson's newness and malleability is important. And it sounds like this Maxwell is old and experienced, and that's the opposite of what we want.
Yes, old and experienced and not good, from what I've heard. He ran away at the first sign of fire. We do not need a weak prince like that.
Quite right. We need someone strong.
Have you seen anything up with the prince lately? He seemed a bit off tonight.
The prince has been under a lot of stress lately. I'm not surprised if it cracks his mind like an egg at some point. Someone so young can't deal with such problems every night without drinking lots of blood or hitting something very hard.
Yeah. Seems a... Yeah, well, if he ever does anything very odd towards you, let me know.
Very well. If you wish it, I'll get one of my ghouls to send a... What is it they call it?
Message?
Yes, that.
Text or something?
Something like that. That will be sent to you.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, if there's...
One moment. She gets up from her desk and she just checks your arm for a second. She actually licks her fingers and reapplies this symbol that she's put on you again, reinforcing it. Better. Try not to rub the arm too much.
Thank you.
Be wary not to lose it. The arm, I mean.
The arm.
Mhm.
I mostly try not to lose my appendages.
Yes, they are a pain to grow back.
Yeah, and not very good with the knife when I don't have anything to hold it.
Quite. She sits back down.
Do let me know when you feel it's appropriate moment to tell me who you wish to see out of the Camarilla.
It was merely a probing question to see if you're up to the task, V.
Okay.
I can tell I need to approach it with a very careful way, manner, and with the right person.
Yes.
It's good to know that you're up to the task if it is the right person, though. I'll keep that in mind.
Good. Please do.
You must know that I'm only furthering our clan's position.
Of course. I understand that you've got a very important job here, and we are very important to the Camarilla, and it's good for them to see that.
Those back home have given me a very important task, and I intend to go home one of these years to thunderous applause and thanks, however much I dislike it.
Huh. Well, let's hope it's loud then.
Quite. Was that all, V?
Just quick check with my coterie mates. Is that all?
Yeah, basically. We just had to check that she wasn't working for Maxwell, and it seems instead she's trying to undermine the Camarilla. I don't know.
Not undermine.
Best good.
Just rigidly structure it.
She just
It seems
accidentally is
everyone's like that at this point.
I need you to target a neonate.
I need you to
named
kill Irene and Joseph.
Yeah. You may notice that your coterie just got dissolved. You can thank me for that later.
Oof.
No, I need you to kill a man.
Well,
I think I might just drop in what are your thoughts on the Second Inquisition?
well, we don't have much of a problem where we come from, as you know, compared to here, where the technology runs rampant and they run bloody through the streets. They might as well take off all their clothes, bathe in blood, and scream, "I'm a vampire," as they run down the streets. That was a joke.
Ah, yes. Yeah, I was kind of at the forefront of keeping our problem low in Cairo. I'm trying to do the same here. We're thinking of hitting, there's a major site called Black Site that's big second Inquisition area. Was wondering if you wanted in on the takedown.
Deal a decisive blow. Yes.
It-
Yes, I think I will. She's
Great,
continuing to
well,
flip
we're-
through books and pages and notes and things, and is like barely looking
Love
up at you as
her.
she's having this discussion.
Is there anything interesting that she's reading? Well,
It's probably
staring
quite.
at her face,
It's probably
looking at her face, and then
Just dry legal documents.
Yeah.
Well, that, and like there's actual like markings and such that are, you know, in different languages from all over the world that she's looking through.
yeah.
This seems to be like, Ashura, stuff that she's making her way through that are only for the eyes of the Banu Hakim.
Hell yeah.
A Dear Khadijah column in a monthly magazine. This man's been treating me poorly. Kill him.
It's a lot of like reports of like Banu Hakim have come into like cities and such that she's signing up on and making sure that everybody's aware of what's happening and whatnot, and reporting on the Banu Hakim of the city, etc., how everything is going and such.
Send this next carton of wine to this location, and Aicha's like, this wine showed up. What the fuck?
Oh.
And did you ask her a question? Sorry, I forgot what we were talking about.
Just if she wanted in, and she kind of said yes, and then continued flicking through stuff.
Yeah, all she says is that as long as it is swift, efficient, and we leave none standing, there must not be a
That is
single
the
one
plan.
left alive, or else they always always make their way back up like cockroaches.
Yes, we plan on getting all the information and then killing them all. That's the plan.
How very
It's a
appropriate.
great plan.
Yes. Well, I will contact you through a ghoul when we have all of the plans sorted out and streamlined.
Wow. Good. I'm quite glad to hear that. In that case, here, she pulls out this like hand mirror from underneath her desk and passes it over to you. It's cracked and it looks like it's about to crack. Very frail. Spill your blood into it and crack the mirror. It'll help.
Oh,
Help with
You will find out.
okay, I trust this woman. Probably much more than I should. Bites into her wrist.
Not now. Darling.
What now?
No.
Okay.
oh my, the lack of clarity. What do you
Okay,
do?
is there a specific time that I should do this?
When you need to.
Screaming and crying.
Yeah, inside it's like, ah! Outside it's like, of course, Khadijah. Thank you very much. Pleasure seeing you as always. Again, call upon me whenever you need me.
Best of luck with it all, V. I will call on you.
Thank you. And then she'll give a courteous low, like not a slight bow, it's not a low bow, and close the door.
Lovely.
Head back up to see if anyone's out there. My
How-
non-coterie members.
My friends. You can say the F word.
Fuck.
No!
And all of you meet outside.
Where Joseph
goes
is
to the
having an
car park
existential
and he,
crisis.
Just let the beast take control. He goes to the car park and just fangs out, runs to the corner of a car park, just like crouches down, gets
Mhm.
really small behind a car, and just sits there looking around frantically until his heart rate slows.
Yeah.
And then he just slowly stands back up.
After a while,
Okay.
the others return back.
Yeah.
And all of you regroup for some
Okay.
final words.
You okay, Joseph? You look a little shaken.
I'm How's Khadijah?
I'm going to excuse the deflection.
When I find the
Khadijah.
words, I'll tell you.
Okay. Khadijah is good. She is not on Maxwell's side. I don't think she will join his side, but I'm not 100% sure she's fully behind the prince either.
Right.
But for now she is, and that's the important thing.
That is the important thing.
She gave me a mirror that I need to break at some point, but she won't tell me when. And she's willing to help us with Black Site.
Good. Very good. How did things go on your end, Irene?
Fine. Alexa and Gabriella will be looking into Tim Roche and tracking him technologically, as well as through security footage and such.
Okay.
Okay. Things just shifted tonight.
Indeed.
Well, yeah, we got kicked out of our coterie, which did not feel
Yes.
right.
I hate to admit it, but now that we're not coterie mates, but I don't know what we are anymore. And I don't know how much the coterie was binding us together. And I'm not sure if I can lose any more people around me right now.
Yeah.
What do you mean
Uh,
specifically?
We're going to keep working together, right?
We have to. Look at all this shit that is around us.
Work very well in a team, and I think we do have bonds stronger than being put in a coterie. Like
Our shared
I trust,
experiences.
yes, shared experience and the trust we built to not throw each other under the bus and to protect each other. I think we can't just throw that away now. It would feel weird.
Yeah, it's impossible. Logistically and
Too much to
emotionally.
just have it crash around us.
Can you please
to
not
just
make
neglect
this
it.
weird when I ask this? Can I hug both of you?
Yeah.
We'll give
I'm
both
gonna-
of you a hug
Uh-huh.
and just be like, thank you. It's nice having friends. Wow.
You're a good friend to have as a person, not as a position.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I guess we have a bit of work to do.
As always.
Add that to the list.
I have ooh. Cool. V.
Yep.
Do you remember what Eric though tried to do
Which time?
to protect us
About
Oh.
Willerton.
about Willerton? That happened
Yeah.
again.
Eric Thoe did it again?
No.
It was Portia in the prince's office.
You were
Portia was in
completely
the
right.
prince's office?
We need to get in the car and go before we break this to you, but it happened.
Office.
We need to get far away from here.
Yes, we're gonna go. We'll find the car and
Really?
head back to the Haven for now, I think. Or on the way. I think we're driving because it's still early in the night. Who do we need to go and see right now? I think we can decide that like next
I
session,
think
maybe.
now is
fine,
the time for our
because-
beach episode, guys.
Yeah. We can talk in the car, I guess.
I was hoping to end tonight's episode, before we got to the beach episode mentioned, but hey, here we are. I think with the final embrace, hug, I should say, actually more
Yeah, the embrace.
with all our kindred, and then they get into the car together before they have a serious discussion, is when we're going to end tonight's session. 2 steps behind, 2 steps back.
Multiple.
Mm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Yeah, it was
I
4.
think that's 6 steps
wasn't
back.
just
Thank you
two.
very much.
Sorry, I mislabeled the episode. My apologies,
Yeah.
everybody.
You should have just called it undoing progress.
That's too on the
Ethan.
nose.
I'm
Gotta be
tired of all
vague.
of the knots we just put.
Yeah.
I'll just name them all Something Happens. Yes. Let's reintroduce this wonderful coterie and tell us where we can find you throughout the weeks. Starting with V.
Hi, I'm Phoebe. I've been playing V, I don't know what Portia just did, Banu Hakim of the not Coterie, shit. I'm gonna have to come up with a new
Mm.
title for that.
Yeah, you guys need
I'm-
to come up with new stuff.
Yeah, you're not part. You've never been part of the coterie, have you, boy?
I'm at Sherbrooke Water on Twitter, Sherbrooke Waters on Twitch. I will be trying to get back into streaming, but we will see how things go. Keep it. Look at my Twitter. I usually post shit there.
I'm back. I'm playing Irene the La Sombra. She's great, and that's all she is now. No,
Hound.
she's a lot. Yeah, she's a hound, but
You put titles. You put
I
actual
don't-
titles.
I don't list all my titles up.
God, the sass
fun.
tonight.
It's
All
fun.
of
You
you.
should try it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you can find me at Zeit Poltergeist on Twitter, where I don't really post anything these days, but maybe I will soon more, perhaps. We'll see. Mostly it's just like mood board stuff, things I find interesting and other useless shit like that. You can find me at Zeit_Poltergeist here on Twitch, where I sometimes play tabletop games and sometimes play video games, which I will be doing more of in the coming days now that I have time. So yeah, that's where I am about.
I'm Jack. I've been playing Joseph Martinez, House Kana, Tremere Primogen, Princess Warlock, got lost with there, and Seneschal of
Thin
Thin
Blood,
Bloods.
yes. Yep. Good.
If you can find me, good luck.
That's a threat.
If you see shirtless men on my
Sharpens
Twitter,
blood.
no, you didn't.
I think that goes for all of us, doesn't it?
Definitely for me. I don't know, man.
Oh wow. And I'm Ethan, the storyteller of this chaotic bunch. Resident tortured storyteller of this bunch, I should say. You can find me here, obviously. And tomorrow, we have Hellstruck by Night. Keep an eye on the Twitter for that as well. We're wrapping that up soon as we're getting to juicy, devilish parts. But yes, catch us next week, same time for Chicago by Night with this wonderful group of people. And do check them out. They're wonderful people on Twitter and Twitch. We will see you all next week. See you then.